Good evening and welcome, everyone. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of January 16th, 2024 is now called to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Arista?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Here.
Mayor Badami?
Here. Now we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to call on Councilmember Rennie to lead us.
Hello. Okay. All right. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this evening we have a special presentation, and that's for our outgoing commissioners, all 11 of them, and attending by Zoom. We have Caitlin Alicia Romero of the Arts and Culture Commission, Cindy Walker, Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, Jeffrey Barnett, Planning Commission, and Kylie Clark, Planning Commission. Hello, everybody. Unable to attend, unfortunately, is Stacy Dell of the Finance Commission, Rick Tinsley of the Finance Commission, Mike Bunsick of Parks and Sustainability Commission, and Stephen Bakota of our Personnel Board. For those attending in person, please join me at the table. And that will be Lydia Norcia of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, Jillian Verga, Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, Steve Piasecki, General Plan Committee, and the Housing Element Advisory Board. And I'll be right down. We're missing Jillian. All right. Okay, all right. I hope she's watching. We are fortunate to have such dedicated volunteers, dedicated to the town of Los Gatos and show their passion and all the time that they've given to our boards, committees, and commissions. So for that, we thank you. And I'd like for all of us to join them in a round of applause for their service. And I can pass the microphone if you'd like to add any words.
I just want to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to donate my time and my energies to our beautiful town of Los Gatos. And I want to thank everyone here who's so dedicated and stays here till very late at night. We wouldn't have our town without all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Steve?
I think she said it all, but I'll add that it was a joy, and I enjoyed the people on the committee and enjoyed just the whole process. But I think it's time for me to move on and let others come in. So thank you.
I also want to say I'd like to accept this wonderful privilege for being here for all the other people that I have served with.
Well, thank you for that. And by the way, Steve, we have other boards and commissions that you could apply for. At this time, the Zoom attendees, our planning commissioners and other board members, if you'd like to raise your hand and say a few words too, we would be open to that. Any hands raised? Yes, Kylie Clark.
Hi, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. I have moved to New York for the year for grad school. Otherwise, I would absolutely still be on the Planning Commission. It was an honor and an absolute privilege and joy to do it. I loved serving the town. I loved everything I learned. So thank you. I'm really, really grateful.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Jeffrey Barnett.
Yes, I wanted to thank the council for giving me the privilege to serve on the Planning Commission for 4 years. I hope I contributed a small amount, at least, to the beautification of our town and preservation of its values. And I want to very much thank my fellow commissioners who are intelligent and very hardworking and insightful people, and our incredible staff who's prepared and participated so ably in all our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that's Caitlin with your hand up.
Yes, just want to echo the thanks to the fellow commissioners, the council, and the town workers that support everything that, keeping the lights on, taking the notes, getting the action items, all that hard work that goes into it. Very privileged to be a part of the Arts and Culture Commission, even though it was a brief experience. I hope to have that in my future again, but really thank you to the town of Los Gatos for allowing me to do that. It was a privilege.
Thank you. All right, everybody hang tight. I have plaques. All right, this one is for Lydia. It's two under, let me get the one underneath. And this one is for Jillian, she's not here. Steve. So let's give them all a round of applause. Back to business. All right, at this time, I'm going to look to our town manager for our closed session report that we had earlier this afternoon.
Thank you. The Town Council met earlier to discuss two matters of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1, and also to discuss real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and there is no reportable action at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I'll move on to council matters, and I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. I have to wind back to last year for this. So in December, after our last council meeting, I participated in the Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive, the Initiatives and Policy Committee, a publicity committee, rather, and they brainstormed some great ideas. And I met with their executive committee on the 28th of December. And then after the new year, I met with a local architect and resident about some follow-up on SB 9 changes that they would like to see made. I also had another meeting of the Foundation Executive Committee. I participated in my first Finance Commission meeting in a few years, back as a liaison on the 8th of January. And I participated in a site visit to the Los Altos Community Center on the 9th of January and learned quite a bit. And then on the 11th, participated in another meeting of the foundation, but also attended a very interesting screening of a movie, which by the plant-based group, Eating Our Way to Extinction. It was really eye-opening. Unfortunately, I had to leave after the good part or before the good part and go to the DEI commission meeting. They had their first meeting that evening. And then I met with Tyler Taylor from the SASE group in Saratoga about some ideas for programs there. And then last thing is today I had a chance to drop by 124 Garden Hill Road, which has an appeal, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last council meeting on January 3rd, I met with a member of the Housing Element Board to talk about the status of our housing element and do some brainstorming. Also on January 3rd, I'm on the ad hoc Silicon Valley Clean Energy CEO Advisory Committee. We have a new CEO coming in, and three of us. I'm the longest-serving board member there, and the current board, well, now just past chair and vice chair, and I are on a committee to advise the new CEO. The discussion of our topic was how to make the board, how the CEO can make the board more successful, and how the board can make the CEO more successful. On January 8th, I met with the auditors for VTA. I'm the chair of the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, and they wanted to audit the interactions between staff and the advisory boards, and how the advisory boards feed into and interact with the VTA board itself. Also on January 8th, I had a one-on-one with the current outgoing CEO for Silicon Valley Clean Energy. Talked about the board meeting, which then occurred a couple days later. Also on January 8th, the Finance Commission met with Councilmember Hudes. And on January 9th, I met with some staff members of Silicon Valley Clean Energy again to discuss how they can help Los Gatos staff create a more efficient permitting process for electrification projects. And I believe they're planning to meet with our staff coming up in the future. On January 10th, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. I guess the biggest thing we did was we elected a new chair and vice chair. The new chair for Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board is going to be Tina Walia from Saratoga, and the vice chair is George Tyson from Los Altos Hills. I also had a quick meeting with the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. He had some concerns about how keeping his commission efficient and on task during meetings, that he's had some challenges there. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here tonight. I'll first acknowledge that yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is an incredibly important day to celebrate the life and legacy of one of the great civil rights leaders of our time. I think it's crucial to remember that Dr. King committed his life to the ongoing battle against racism, bigotry, and injustice, and I think it's really important for us to continue that legacy through fighting for our democracy, racial equality, women's rights, LGBTQ plus rights, and the liberation of all oppressed people. One of my favorite Dr. King quotes is, "Our only hope today lies in our ability to recapture the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world, declaring eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism." I think that speaks a lot to the world we're in today. I spent some time at St. Luke's at the food distribution and community pantry there for the homeless, both distributing some cold weather items to some of our homeless residents, and also talking with the folks there about the great success of the voucher program that the town of Los Gatos has been implementing. There have been several nights now that our Los Gatos homeless community has been utilizing that program, and to a person it's been a great success. So that was really exciting to hear and to talk with those folks. Along with Councilmember Hudes, I attended the tour of the Los Altos Community Center put on by the Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive. It was excellent and really learned a lot. And I think if we had $38 million that Los Altos had, that'd be a really good place to build. So maybe we'll get somewhere in between there one day. I also attended Eating Our Way to Extinction, hosted by the Plant-Based Advocates of Los Gatos, and this is such a good movie. I think there's a lot of really good media out right now about the importance of plant-based eating. I've been vegan for 6 years, so I really appreciated how much the film showcased the impact a plant-based diet can have on our planet, our ecosystem, planet's health, so many things. And if you're at all interested in that, it doesn't have to be that movie. There's tons of different media out there on that. I hosted my community coffee a few weeks ago, which was great. Talked about diversity, equity, inclusion, homelessness, and also code enforcement. A lot of 2 conversations about code enforcement, actually, all good things. So that was great. Had meetings with architects, developers, and residents about a variety of other issues. This past weekend, I just got back from North Carolina after attending the Heart to Heart conference, which is, I'm on the board of a nonprofit that works to prevent sudden cardiac arrest in youth, and learned a lot about that and how to bring some more awareness to that issue to our town. I attended a meeting of the West Valley Sanitation District, went very well. I was elected as the vice chair of that body, which should make for a fun year. And then lastly, this coming Sunday, January 21st, I'm hosting an informal happy hour at Loma Brewing from 5 to 7 p.m. I think it's important to note that it is not it's not Loma Brewing's happy hour. I'm just calling it that to make it fun. So you won't get any discounted prices, but doing that to try to increase community and just talk with folks in a more informal setting than a kind of a formal sit-down coffee. So if you have any interest, that's Loma Brewing this Sunday at 5 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to everybody. I hope people had opportunity to enjoy the break a little bit, get together with family, maybe get together with friends that you don't see very often. I certainly took advantage of a few evenings to do that. In terms of council activities, over the last couple of weeks, I met with 2 other members of the Housing Element Advisory Board to discuss the housing element certification by other wealthy municipalities, the challenges they overcame, and the challenges that we'll need to be addressing. I met with a number of interested applicants for town commissions, since we'll be doing a mid-cycle recruitment pretty soon. I met with architect Jay Plett and one of his clients to hear about proposed changes to the town's SB 9 requirements. I met with some residents to discuss the housing element, services for the unhoused, and future town events. I observed the January Finance Commission meeting. I'm no longer the liaison on there, so I'm glad to give Councilmember Hudes that opportunity. I attended, this past Sunday, I attended the St. Vincent de Paul monthly meeting at St. Mary's, and among the many activities they do, their outreach to the poor and unhoused, they really are so grateful for the partnership with the town to help meet them and work to alleviate some of the suffering and raise up our unhoused members. And given that in the past month and a half, I think, we've had 2 events that triggered use of our hotel program, where we had a number of members of our unhoused be able to spend the night in hotels, it's making a real difference, and it's first steps, but I think we can get there to addressing homelessness. I'm looking forward to another strong and productive year, including a return to the Housing Element Advisory Board. So we have that meeting this Thursday, and I'm looking forward to being on the HEB again and representing Los Gatos on the VTA PAC. Thank you.
Thank you. On December 22nd, I participated in a meeting of Los Gatos leaders at Hotel Los Gatos. We shared our thoughts and objectives for the new year with a toast consisting of apple cider. On January 8th, I attended the Finance Commission meeting as an observer, and I actually sat in the chamber rather than watching it on Zoom, and that was an interesting experience. On January 9th, I attended the orientation of new and returning commissioners, board, and committee members. And again, we are so lucky to have so many qualified appointees dedicating their time and passion for the town. And again, I thank those in the audience and on Zoom that gave of their time in the past. On January 11th, I attended a ribbon cutting at Hotel Los Gatos for the relocation of Onyx Skin and Body, which is beautifully appointed in what's called the basement, but I don't even like to refer to it as a basement because it doesn't look like a basement. It's beautiful. So I would say it's in the lower level. On January 12th, I attended a meeting of Leadership Los Gatos at the Wine Cellar. This was a special meeting called Community Connections with several representatives from community nonprofit organizations. It actually provided opportunity to learn more from each other and to find more ways to engage with the community. And with that, I will look to our town manager, Ms. Prevetti, for her report.
Thank you. As several of you have mentioned, we are opening up a mid-cycle recruitment for boards and commissions. We have 2 openings on our Finance Commission, 1 opening on our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. That's a very specific seat for someone who's both a business owner and a resident of Los Gatos. And there are several other opportunities. Interviews are scheduled for March 19th, tentatively at 5 p.m. More information will be posted along with the applications this week at the clerk's website. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving to our consent items, and items appearing on the consent items are considered routine town business and may be approved by a single motion. Do any of the council members wish to pull an item from the consent or comment on the item? Vice Mayor Hudes?
I had a question. I think it was item 10 about the parking lot, and I don't know if I need to pull it or not. But the question was about, this is the one that I think is, I'm not sure I've got the right item number, but is that the parking lot item?
It is.
Yeah. So the question was, we are subleasing to, I think, to the post office. And we're talking about some changes in the finances of this. Are we break even still on the post office side, or do we need an adjustment with our agreement with the post office? And if this is complicated, I can pull it and we can come back to it later.
If I may, Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager, to answer the question, we are subleasing spots to the post office. Whether or not it is break even is going to be dependent on our upcoming. We also will be renegotiating the lease with the post office for those spaces. So that will be, but we've been waiting for this particular lease to conclude so that we can start those conversations.
Okay, as long as they're connected, then I don't have any further question on that. Thanks.
Okay. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Moore, you'll be Vice Mayor Sunday.
Thank you, Mayor. I will need to recuse myself from item 7 as the nonprofit related to the item is my employer.
Thank you. I see no other hands up. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any of the items on consent? See no hands raised, no one on Zoom. I will close public comment, and I will look to my council members for a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to comment on item 7. I'm really glad that our Parks and Public Works have some relief or backup if we have another catastrophic storm situation. This is regarding an agreement for winter storm response with another agency, so we would have that backup and help. And while we've got a low number of people on our staff, so I appreciate that. I move to approve items 1 through 10 from the consent calendar.
Okay. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor?
Second.
All right. I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Staff will note the recusal for item 7 for Councilmember Moore.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to verbal communications. This is the point in time where members of the public can address the town council on any matter that's not listed on the agenda. And at this time, I have one speaker card for Chris Wiley. Please come forward.
Good evening, and I want to thank Santa for the podium. I'm passing out the hatchets I passed out this time last year. I'm hoping this year we have a unanimous that everybody wants to tear up the hatchet. We had a issue last time. Hoping we bury the hatchets. It was a great meeting. I had missed it in person, but I did see it on the TV. Later on, I was overseas. So again, what I do and have done in the past years is I pass out a hatchet and ask them to tear the hatchet so we all start off even on the town council to say we're going to work together.
Could you address the town council?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just letting the audience know as a background. So many times we talk about stuff that people had not before that we hadn't discussed. So I'm going to ask you all to, did everybody get a hatchet?
I see 5 pieces of paper for all of us. We all
That's
have a
it.
hatchet for
Each hatchet has their name on it, and I'm asking everybody to tear up the hatchet so we start off fresh this year, working together. Thank you.
Okay, well, before you go, that passed unanimously. So we are off to a good start this year. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Enns.
Thanks for having me up here, allowing me to speak. I'm feeling real positive. I'm representing Friends of the Los Gatos Creek as usual, which is important, you know, but I have kind of a liaison with the homeless people. They're doing very good, getting positive. It makes me more positive when I started getting positive, and they're actually, believe it or not, like they're getting more responsible, and I am too. You know, and that's good, and I love this town. I just want to say that. And you guys, I love you all, too. And that was nice, burying the hatchet, you know, because I realized how destructive anger can be at my age, being a Vietnam veteran. And what am I angry at? You know, we got it made here. You know, we kind of do, you know. So I'm really, like, sentimental about this town and growing up over in Kamloops, going to Westmont. My parents should have spent a little more money and grew up here. I love this town, and I just want to say thank you to everybody, and let's keep that creek clean. Nothing else to say. God bless you all.
Okay. Thank you. Any hands on Zoom? All right, I'm going to close verbal communications. And at this time, we're going to move, I'm sorry, oh, we have cards. Come forward. Please. Over there. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Marilee Ann Gatos, and I live on Villa Avenue. And I've heard that there's talks about changing the parking restrictions on our street. I moved in April of 2012, and I was immediately approached by all of the neighbors who own homes on the street. And we all have a gentleman's agreement that we park in front of our own homes. That allows us easy access when we're unloading groceries. I mean, not all of us have garages and driveways. It allows us to know that we have a place to park our garbage cans on Thursday nights, and it's been a great agreement that's gone on for a long time. However, a good portion of our street is renters. We have the two apartments. We have, DeMatte has a fourplex actually next door to me, and they don't follow the gentleman's agreement. And it makes parking tough, and what I'm hearing is that our whole street could become the olive zone. And it's already so difficult. The people across the street from me have 6 homes, 6 cars. And they went out of town, and they left one of their cars that doesn't even work in front of my home for 6 days. And I texted the mom, who forwarded my text to the son, who now says that he has filed a complaint with the police department for harassment against me. My husband has had several conversations with this young man, 21 years old, that lives across the street with his parents and his girlfriend and his brother and his girlfriend and the parents. And what they have said is nothing. Oh, that's just Angelo. He does what he does. We all respect each other and understand each other and want to all work together, but there are people, the renters, and some people don't want to. And the thought of our street turning into an olive street is terrible. I was told by this young man that he's pressed charges against me today for harassment because I came out of my home and I said, even despite all the conversations my husband has had with you about parking in front of our house, especially 2 cars, when 2 cars are parked in front of my house, we're on the curve of Villa from the library, well, how it curves, it's super unsafe because the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit is not, nobody pays attention. We have no monitoring for the parking permits. I haven't seen somebody monitoring the parking permits since probably August of 2021. So I am here today to say, please ask for feedback from the residents for the Olive Zone. Please monitor our street. Please send somebody out. I pay for my permits. Nobody is paying for permits. They all share visitors' permits so they can park on the street, and it just makes things really difficult for us. Thank you.
Just in time. I see our town manager has been taking notes, so thank you for your comments. Philip, yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? You can come back because Councilmember Rista has a question for you.
Yeah, sorry. I have a quick question. So when you talked about, you said your street might become Olive Zone. Are you in the Olive Zone or not in the Olive Zone right now?
So Villa Avenue is kind of divided in half. And so the section against the retaining walls that go to the library, that's Olive Zone. So that's where the library employees park, and that's where the adult rec center employees park. But now I've heard rumors that they're trying to open up where the residents start, to open that all the way up to Jackson as Olive.
So all I was asking, so it's not Olive Zone in front of your house right now?
No, it's 90,
so
it's 90-minute parking from 8 to 4. And the whole reason that we have permit parking on our street is to avoid the high school.
Right, I understand. I live in permit parking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip Bossard.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking about the same issue. It's Villa Avenue, and I want to just add to it. So, to clarify, Villa is kind of a bypass between Main, goes into Jackson, and the residents are on one side of Villa, as she explained, and from the library to the homes is Olive Zone. And then on the other side is also a short strip of Olive Zone. So we walked the street. There's 29 parkings. And if we're adding up the permits that are allowed for all the apartments, homes, and townhomes, there will be 264 parking permits out there on 29 parkings. So we share the parking with the high school. They sometimes park, businesses, employees, people who go to the hairdressers, whatever else business they have. And for us, when you have an elderly person, we can't park in front of our own home. So we have to park away and walk to our house. And it's at any given time. People come in, come out. Maybe there's 120 cars a day, 150, I don't know. We also have a lot of traffic going through. So sometimes cars are stacked up from Jackson all the way to our house, which is more towards the end of Villa, to the bend. So it's a lot of cars everywhere. And every week we have about 90 garbage bins out. So not only you have a lot of cars there, overloaded with permits, we also have to put 90 bins out on that street. And Thursday nights, it's a war zone. And now I'm hearing Olive Zone being more. Also, our parking permits went up in cost. And we're also hearing that employees and businesses, they don't have to have permits. They can just park in the Olive Zone. Now, if that Olive Zone gets extended, we're going to share our parking that we hardly have because we don't have a driveway. We have to park in the front of our house. And so if that parking is up for grabs for everyone, we don't get to park. We have to walk. And we have an elderly woman in our house, and we constantly have to walk with her. So it's painful, and I don't know what the solution is, but we kind of want to be open with the town and see if we could be, as she requests, be a part of the solution and be in these hearings so we can be voiced. Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you for your comments. You may,
Thank you.
you may step down. Thank you. All right, I'm going to close verbal communications at this point in time, and we're going to move on to other business, which is item number 11, and that's to review and discuss the proposed revisions to the draft revised 2023 through 2031 housing element. And I'm going to look to staff. I see Ms. Walters ready for us with her report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The primary purpose of this agenda item is for the Town Council to review and discuss the proposed revisions that staff and the housing element consultant have made to the draft revised housing element, addressing comments received from HCD on December 1st. Attachment 1 of the staff report includes potential revisions to the draft revised housing element and track changes, with edits shown in blue highlight. The edits shown are all that have been made since the last submittal to HCD in November, addressing HCD's December 1st comments. Attachment 2 of the staff report includes a draft response table, which includes prioritizes each comment, provides examples from 2 to 3 certified housing elements, and provides a description of how the revised draft housing element addresses each of HCD's comments. The town's housing element consultant has requested informal feedback from the town's HCD reviewer on the draft revisions. However, HCD has not been able to provide feedback to date. The desk item was circulated today with comments from Vice Mayor and additional public comments. This completes staff's presentation. However, we are available to answer any questions along with the housing consultant, Veronica Tam, and legal counsel from Goldfarb and Lippman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Any questions from council members? Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to focus on the process that we laid out last time. That was a motion that was adopted unanimously by the council. And so I'm trying to look at the first step, which was to prioritize the comments. And in the matrix that we received, there was one comment that was medium complexity, and then there were 10 comments that were straightforward. In terms of guiding us through a discussion of these, is there any priority to the 10 that are all grouped together?
This is staff determined this as well as the consulting town's consultant. So if our team has any additional prioritization, I'd look to that.
I would just add that if there are particular items that the council would like to discuss first, you are free to take them in any order that you would like. I think when we originally heard this part of the motion, we thought that it would be most valuable if we were ending up not being able to address all of them, but because staff was able to provide initial responses to all of them, you are free to discuss these in any order that you wish.
Vice Mayor?
The second thing I wanted to follow up on is, I think a very important step in this process is to go to HCD with specific changes and to provide written feedback to the council on what's been covered and what the content of the responses have been in calls, including the response from HCD. I wanted to understand where we are 24th December until today is nearly a month. We had holidays in between. And I particularly wanted to put this in the context of the way that Los Altos had their housing element approved in September with a process of breaking it down and taking the issue of mobility with a proposal to HCD, getting specific feedback on that, and then moving forward. Are we pursuing a process of interacting with HCD in parts of what we're working on, or are we just planning to submit the whole thing again?
On December 24th, the town's consultant did provide the changes that you're seeing today to the HCD's reviewer, and at this time, we still have not been able to meet with them or receive comments. The town's consultant reached out again today to HCD to see if there was any opportunity again to meet.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Follow up. In the staff report, there were bullet points of 4 or 5 topics. Could we be more specific about what information was asked for of HCD? Did we provide them the whole draft or part of the draft, or what was the, and maybe the consultant can help us.
Is Ms. Tam available?
Yes, I am available, but I'm sitting in the power outage, so in the dark. So either I stare directly into a flashlight, or I'm going to be dimming myself. I think when we provided the changes to them, I think responded directly to each of the topics. There are certain topics that we would really wish to talk to them directly, because it is more a negotiation rather than there's like a cut and dry, very technical revisions. The majority of the changes that they had asked us to do are primarily technical in nature, and that's when you see the prioritization. We've mostly indicated that they are pretty straightforward changes. The one big change that we obviously, and you pointed out to earlier in your conversation, is the mobility issues. That is the one topic that HCD is using the new law, the affirmatively furthering fair housing, as a way to get to communities that are considered to be exclusive to do more. And because it is not, they're using AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing, not RHNA, regional housing needs allocation, as the justification for cities to promote variety of housings and mobilities, specifically locational like choices. That topic is more, there's not like a really standard threshold that we've seen from HCD. That's like, it's consistent, because it's more like a negotiation, and it's also because it's not directly related to RHNA. It's HCD's argument has always been that it has to be beyond RHNA. And what I think that's the one that we are hoping to meet with HCD, and we are hoping to have some ideas about what we can do, but then I think without a direct discussion with them, it's very difficult to gauge exactly how far we have gone. In some cases, I would say like in Danville, for example, we recently got Danville certified, and I think San Mateo is 99.5% there. They do have to agree to a certain number of units that would be distributed throughout different parts of town. And so that's the part that we're hoping to discuss with the HCD, what would be considered an acceptable number to them.
Thank you. I think we'll probably get into that in a little more detail later. My question was really about the process. Do you feel that you are able to get access to HCD on an individual issue or a couple of issues like that, that you can then bring back a written suggestion to the council on how to handle it?
Yes, and I think the major thing that I think staff has indicated is it's all a timing issue, and it's somewhat to some extent is a matter of luck. When we asked HCD for meetings, they have specifically told us that they have certain priorities right now. Those are people who submitted an official submittal in order to, and because once you submit an official submittal, there is a statutory deadline, a 60-day that they must meet. Now, sometimes it works better to do an informal review because we want to make sure that what we are doing is in fact, or we are suggesting is in fact what they're looking for, instead of spending in an eternal loop of 60 days. Now, it depends on timing. If we submit it in a time that they don't have a lot of deadlines, this would work to our benefit. Unfortunately, they had told us that we submitted in a time that they had a lot of deadlines, statutory deadlines that they have to meet, so they're unable to address our informal review. I think this is the time that we can decide on whether we want to officially submit or want to come back to HCD with just a couple of topics. I will be consistently requesting meetings with them, and it's just a matter of being very persistent and being asking them over and over and over and over again, and sometimes it takes multiple times, and that's my job to just keep pushing forward. But we have been able to do that for Danville and for San Mateo, and I think we had Danville was certified, I think, on just a couple of weeks ago, and San Mateo, we had a meeting with San Mateo with HCD today, and we were told that if we make a couple more minor changes by Thursday, we'll get a certification by Friday. So it's just, you need to keep pushing and hope that you get in line that meets with their timeline.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. At this time, I'm going to open public comment, and I do have one speaker card. So I'm going to call Chris Bayorek to the podium.
Thank you for giving me the time. I made this submission provisionally, hoping that there'd be further discussion of the housing plan so I could comment more meaningfully. But at this stage of the proceeding, I'm astounded how difficult it is to get the attention of Sacramento with our plan. And I wonder if we shouldn't escalate this all the way to the governor's office. It's unacceptable that we are now finally diligently trying to get this thing closed, and the state is telling us they can't meet with us. So I would urge that as a town we consider escalating this matter as far as possible into Sacramento and asking for additional staffing of that council or that agency so they could have the bandwidth to deal with towns that are diligently trying to meet this obligation. That's the extent of my comment. I mean, it's astounding how difficult it is. I mean, this is not rocket science, right? And we are not able to find our way out of a wet paper bag because they can't meet with us, right? Please, I urge you to escalate the matter.
Thank you. No questions? We do. Councilmember Ristow?
Actually, I have a question for staff.
Okay.
I don't know if, I think not all of our public understands what we've been hearing, but I don't know if staff can address how many municipalities are simultaneously and in stages working on their housing elements, and what the comments we've heard about a reduction in staff at HCD. I don't know if we can get some background on that, please. Because, I mean, nobody's enjoying this process.
Ms. Tam could speak to this.
Yes, let me make sure that my, oops. Yeah. In terms of the number of housing elements, my understanding from the reviewer that he currently has 18 housing elements that he's working on. And that's why he's having difficulty keeping keeping up with meetings, and he has to focus on ones that he has statutory deadlines. HCD has been having a lot of difficulty with catching up with the communities. If you imagine that there are close to 500 jurisdictions in the state, and just in ABAC alone, there's like I think it's over 100 housing elements, and they're starting the housing elements for the MBAC region. The Association of Governments from Monterey Bay areas, and they're also starting the housing elements for the San Joaquin area. The San Joaquin Valley has 7 counties and over 80 jurisdictions that they're dealing with. All of that also on top of having been able to clear housing elements even in the San Diego region. As of now, I think San Diego region, out of the 19 jurisdictions in the entire county, there should still be about 5 or 6 jurisdictions that don't have a certified housing element. And so all of that added to the staff. And my understanding is the difficulty, like how hard the housing element has been to us as city staff, as consultants, is equally hard to HCD staff. And so even though they've hired a lot of new reviewers, they have also lost a lot of reviewers. And my understanding was the last few months, they've lost, I think, at least six reviewers. They've hired up, but the new hires are very green. And so they're not actually particularly helpful right now because they're just in training. I can give you an example that I was doing a meeting with HCD on behalf of a client. The meeting was ghosted by 5 new reviewers so that they can learn how to review a housing element during my meeting. So a lot of people are training. So even though they may be hiring up, they're not at the level that they can independently do reviews yet. So I think all of that adds to the delays, and also the new state requirements for the 6-cycle housing element. Every time you resubmit something, you have to do additional public meetings and public review that extend over a lot of time. So I think generally HCD is under a lot of pressure. And I think one gentleman asked if we can escalate this. I can tell you that I think that's actually what San Mateo did, but it can also backfire. So you would want to consider that carefully. I've seen that being backfired before, but I think that San Mateo also did a little bit of escalation.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding is that there are 16 jurisdictions in Santa Clara County, of which 8 have been certified, and the reviewer that's assigned to Los Gatos has 4 of those and hasn't certified any of those yet. I also understand that the issue of escalation, everybody wants to be first, right? Everybody's above average, but I think there may be some merit in us looking at that, and I'd be interested in your ideas about that, because we have by far the most builder's remedy pre-applications and applications of any municipality around. For instance, Sunnyvale, which just got theirs certified at the end of the year, much, much bigger town than us, has 2 builder's remedy applications. We have 7 or 8 out of the 9 applications that have come in that are holding builder's remedy. And so for whatever the dynamics are, our situation is important. And so, I don't want to take the time now because we're still in public comment, but I would like to explore the idea of reasonable ways of escalating, considering the significant impact. And it isn't just the impact of having an application. It's the impact of neighborhoods being disrupted by by development that would otherwise not be allowed by our codes. And so it's a very critical issue for us. And so I'd like to maybe explore that a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Quintana. Please come forward.
Thank you for the podium. Several things I want to talk about tonight. I agree that the major concern that HCD has is with the accessibility and mobility. And in my reading of the responses from staff, that they are far too broad. They will need to be much more specific in order for HCD to make a judgment. Third thing I wanted to comment on is in going through this, I found a figure in the Appendix A on page 44, or it's figure 44, that shows the value of, excuse me, I'm getting confused here. I wish I had my thing to look at. One showed high value transit stops, and there are very few in Los Gatos. They're only up towards the northern part of town around North 40. The second one was a depiction of what was called a combination of, gosh, I have my, can I? Is called All Transit Performance Score and Connectivity Map for Los Gatos. And overall, Los Gatos has a score of 3.7. The area around the 17 corridor up to 585 has a higher score of around 4.5 or 5.5. And that same score is repeated in the eastern part, northern section of the town near Union Street, Harwood, and Lee Avenue. So looking at that and looking at the fact that the HCD is asking to identify other areas for medium density housing, and seeing that the transportation score is almost as high in both the main corridor that we've identified and there, I would suggest that we, or you, or the consultant, look at that area. There are, one of the areas on Union is around the Safeway there. There are numerous duplexes and triplexes in that area that are quite old that probably would be a good rezoning possibility. And there's also an office zone there.
Thank you. Any questions? See none. Thank you. Would anybody else in the audience wish to speak to us on this item? Ms. Burnett, please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Susan Burnett, and I am on the Planning Commission, but I do not speak for the Planning Commission. I speak as a private citizen. So the question came up just in the hearing now, if the staff is short in Sacramento on hearing our plans that we send in, and we're not being able to be heard in a timely manner, then why aren't we given a break on the builder's remedies? If we're doing our best to put in a certified substantial housing element, and yet we cannot have contact enough with HCD Sacramento, then why are we being penalized then with all these builder remedies applications? I would think they would look at that and say, they're doing their best. We have to have a you know, we have to give them the ability to get their housing element certified. And if we're not having the staff available to help them, how can then we be, why should we suffer with the builder's remedies coming in? It's just not fair, you know. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I see no hands raised. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to us, please come forward. I see no one coming forward. I will look to the town clerk and see if there's any hands on Zoom.
There is one hand raised on Zoom. Rich?
Okay, Rich, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born in Los Gatos 58 years ago. I'm appalled at what's happened to our town in the last few years with the likes of the North 40, and now we're talking about multiple 7-story buildings. I believe this is ridiculous. No way should a single 7-story building be built in Los Gatos proper. It's not within the town's character. These buildings will block out the sun for some of our residents. I know we've gone down this path, but I can't imagine it's too late. We don't have the traffic infrastructure in where these buildings are proposed to support more people in these condensed parts of Los Gatos. Traffic is already a nightmare, as I'm sure you all know. Per town zoning, max height for a building is 30 to 35 feet, with the exception of C2, which is 45 feet. How in the world can we move forward with a 7-story building, which is roughly 80 feet? So again, traffic's already a complete nightmare. We have not been able to resolve this. Can you imagine 188 additional units at Los Gatos Boulevard and Lark, 132 at the North 40, 175 on Capri Drive? Where are they going to go? There's no infrastructure. There's no traffic route for them to follow to get where they need to go. It's already a nightmare. It's only going to get worse. I got to believe there's something we can do differently. Push back harder, come up with different ideas. Many of our lots in Los Gatos are quite large. Have we considered ADUs incentives, things like that? There's got to be another way. I just can't imagine that there is not. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Alarcon.
Hello, Council. Evening. Regarding the housing element, I have a few comments I'd like to make on that. In reading some of the literature, one, I think it's a great idea to have pre-approved ADU plans. Have 2 or 3 approved ADU plans as long as they meet the setbacks in our guidelines. That would make it more affordable for some people to produce ADUs and put them on the property. It would streamline the process. For those that want to customize an ADU, they'd certainly have that same opportunity. In reading further in some of the literature, some municipalities are putting 10 units per acre on religious sites. It causes a little bit of concern for me because I think those sites are much needed, gives people a lot of guidance. One thing that should be considered is to put boarding housing as well on those sites, some limited capacity. It reminds me of Ditto's Lane. There was a 15-unit boarding house, I believe it was 15 units, a duplex and a single-family home. When the town purchased that land for, I believe it was $3.4 million, we ended up with 2 homes, rentals, and 2 ADUs that are rentals. We need to provide mobility, and I've mentioned this before, in 8-unit buildings within the Mills Act. There is nothing in town that I know of that provides communal living. Communal living is where people have their own individual living units, but they share a common area for cooking and for social events. And so having that kind of a zoning or that kind of an opportunity, if it's a mid-level zone, there may be specific sites that we can identify for cross-zoning, communal living, and additional density. But the boarding house element really drives home to me on the religious side, and it can also help provide our workforce housing with options, people that work in our restaurants, people that do other things in town that cannot afford a true apartment rent. I myself, I'm a duck hunter. My weekend spot is a 12 by 12 room. I have 2 twin beds in there. I have a kitchenette. I have an apartment-sized fridge, and I have DirecTV and heat. And that's sufficient. So if we want to talk about housing the homeless, or providing some workforce options, transitional housing, those types of things should be considered within our plan. And in closing, with 20 seconds left, I think it's a stark statistic that our HCD has 4 housing elements that have not been approved. And that point should be argued from our town attorney to the state to put a halt to Builder Remedy. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Last call for speakers. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and look to my council members for comments. It may be too early for a motion, but they can throw one out as well. Any hands up? Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. So, I provided an analysis of other communities by providing some text from other approved housing elements. And we discussed this in the summer. The council agreed to that, and then we discussed it again, and it was part of the motion on December 19th. I have to say that finding a reference that says it's in this other city's document on starting on page whatever is not what we need to be working from. I think we need to work from actual approved text. And so I'm going to suggest that we dive into 1C and then as a priority, and then maybe see where we go from there, Mayor. I don't know, just walking through these, they're not all equal. And 1C is the mobility comment. And I think that it would be really useful to look at the solution that's been proposed and other solutions that we've seen from other cities there. I don't know how you plan to run the process.
I think that would be a good idea. Let's start with 1C. I think that was one of the more complex issues that was identified. 1C. I have paper. I'm sorry.
It's attachment 2 to the staff report, and it's the draft response table.
I think actually the Vice Mayor would like us to use his attachment that's contained in attachment 5. That included the additional text.
Yeah, correct. So the first 3 columns of that were all from the staff report, and the 4th column suggesting some cities to look at. And, I did my best to dig into those other cities and bring forward some text. And so without going through line by line of all of them, I wanted to have us consider focusing on Los Altos for a number of reasons. One is that they have been certified recently, not so much at the beginning of the cycle. Number 2, Planning Commissioner Hansen did an excellent job of reviewing the various cities that have been certified, and she focused on the wealthier cities, and Los Altos was one of those. And she reached the conclusion, I believe, that it was the most comparable to us in many ways. Population of about 30,000, similar demographics, similar mix of housing types currently, having some transit-rich districts, having an excellent school district. In many, many ways, that one makes a lot of sense. And so I wanted to focus on the way that that they suggested that we address that. And so staff pointed out on page 49 some items, and it seemed to me that we're probably doing all of those in our document today, and it's a matter of pulling them together. So I wanted to see whether, you know, how other folks might want to react to the Los Altos column or cell on that spreadsheet, or I put it into a Word document also. That was also an attachment. Maybe it's easier to read there. And it's all of their programs that relate to housing mobility. So one of the things they've done is they've referred other programs together in one place. And so, you know, they have actions for SB 9, for rezoning, for housing on city sites, for enhanced inclusionary housing, for ADUs, junior ADUs, religious institutions, home sharing, and this is their way of addressing this issue of mobility and spreading housing around their city, which is a very similar size city. And so I really wonder why we don't start with that rather than try to modify, you know, this program or that program. And I'd love to get, you know, reaction from staff about that, and that question about why wouldn't we just start with that. And I would just add that in my mind, there's some things that we might be able to achieve. One is HCD will have seen this before and should be able to be pointed to the fact that they approved it. And secondly, if they are inclined not to approve what we're putting forward, I think it puts us on a much stronger footing to be able to say, you've approved this elsewhere, why not here? So my question to staff is, you know, why wouldn't we start with an example like Los Altos for addressing that 1C mobility item?
So staff took a look at this. Thank you for providing that. And as highlighted here, many of these programs are already within our document. So we could add a program which includes the same format. So it's recalling, and I would ask staff to support if there's any items such as the rezoning that we have not identified in that piece.
Thank you for that question. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. In this listing, we do have most of these items already in. I mean, we did look at these documents and previously certified housing elements in developing the language that we put in last summer and then in the fall. And it may be that Veronica Tam may have some additional thoughts on this, though with our power outage, I'm not sure whether she'll be able to take a look at the details.
Yeah, I would be very much interested in hearing her. Yeah, I understand the circumstances, but
Councilmember.
Yeah, sorry, this is Veronica. Yeah, I'm not able to pull up like details. Unfortunately, I'm working on my cell phone right now. But we did discuss this this afternoon when we were going through some of the revisions. One thing that I would say, we could do something similar to Los Altos, but I don't think we can specifically say that we are going to, I think the Los Altos language is by a certain date, if we haven't met a certain number of, you know, a portion of our low-income RENA, we will do rezoning in certain like transportation corridors, something similar. I think that was the language I recall. What I was suggesting is a little bit modified, would say that by, let's say, 2027, if out of the lower income units that you were able to produce, that not more than an X% of them is distributed in areas outside of your RENA sites area. Because HCD's concern is that most of your sites for lower income RENA are concentrated only in 2 census tracts. And so my suggestion is, if by 2027, what you're able to accomplish in your lower income housing units, not more than X% is allocated outside of those areas that you're being able to achieve through other methods, then you will do something about it, and we can talk about rezoning certain neighborhoods, or increasing densities, or changing housing types in certain neighborhoods. That, like, I would suggest something like that, rather than a straight rezoning, neighborhoods that are back into the area where they have concern about.
All right, there's a few hands. I don't know, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Hudes, is yours a follow-up? Because
it's a quick,
Councilmember Rennie also had his hand up.
Yes, I'll make it quick.
Okay.
I'm sure you already are aware, but of the sites that we've identified, they are distributed across the town. Some of them, there's about 4 of them in this document that I noted that were on high transit areas. And then there were another 4 that were in lower density neighborhoods, which I think somewhat accomplishes that. The challenge is, and I wanted to ask you about this, is that we only have a few sites that can accommodate. And so North 40 is where the bulk of our housing opportunities are, and our affordable housing is. So you can't really split that site up and say, we're going to take less there and we're going to take, more somewhere else. So have you dealt with a situation where you have, an opportunity zone that's, rich in transit and has good access to schools and things, and your bulk of your numbers are going to come from that one particular site?
Right, and I actually had argue with HCD. I think state law needs to change, because the way they wrote about, like, the low income housing tax credits and all of that criteria are pointing to sites that are high density, good access to transportation, and that's where you will get funding. But it's directly going against the AFFH requirement that you need to put housing in areas that are not that, and so I think there are certainly conflicts in state law. But I think because you have the bulk of your units in a particular location, that's why they are saying that they're a little concerned. That's also the reason why I said, like, of the units that you are able to achieve, and not necessarily planned for, like most of the units are planned for in 40 North or North 40 specific plan area. But instead of saying planned for, but it's actually built out of the units that are actually built. If you are able to achieve a certain percentage of that outside of those areas, then you don't have to do anything about it. But if you say, out of the X amount of units planned for, then you obviously will have to do something about it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Councilmember Moore.
I'm just going to stick to one point for now. I want to go back to the point Councilmember Hudes made, which I think is really good. In the Los Altos one, they made a program called Housing Mobility, and they summarized all the programs that are related to it. And then we responded, and we basically say, we've got all those programs. But the point is, they've put it together so it's easy to add up to say, we've nailed housing mobility, which is one of the things they criticized us for. If you recall, in our last submittal halfway through, they asked to meet with us, and you had to show them where in the document were the answers to things. This is a document that's got many, 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 many pages, and they're running between different cities trying to do these reviews as fast as they can. What Los Altos one does is make it very clear, here's everything, instead of having to, it's in, we've got that, they're all over the place. But Mr. Hudes made a good point. If we focus it for them so it's easy, they're saying, we're not doing housing mobility. Well, yes, we have, but don't send them to 14 places to look, put it all in one place.
I certainly agree with you in revising the housing element, the plan section. We have indeed already kind of consolidated some of the programs that seems to be scattered, but I think that is certainly something that we can do, and add even if we're not adding a program called mobility, add a summary of mobility actions, and that can certainly be accomplished.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I think all of the comments that have been raised so far are good ones, and I think the idea of putting all of our actions and programs and strategies in one place is smart. But I also think that HCD is not just asking us to do that. I think in 1C they're asking us to do more. And so some of the language in here says action should be added, numeric targets should be increased, and geographic targeting should be fine-tuned to better promote inclusive neighborhoods throughout the town. This is particularly important since over 80% of the lower income regional housing need allocation is located in 2 census tracts. And we can, disagree with that or think about that differently, but I think that we need to take HCD seriously when they go on to say that we need to we need to promote housing mobility and increase housing choices and affordability throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. And they say that a few times, and then they go on to say, and again, we can disagree with this or not like this, but they say that housing choices and affordability in single-family neighborhoods should be increased beyond complying with the law. As in SB 9 and ADUs. I think that one of the comments from Mr. Alarcon is a really good one, actually. I like the idea of pre-approved housing plans for ADUs. I think that's smart. I think that makes sense. I like the suggestion of by 2027. I think that's good. But I do think, kind of picking through some of these other things that we could do are good, but then we have to commit to doing them. I think that so far in my read of the changes and suggested changes that staff has made in our draft housing element, I think these are all really good ones, but it sort of seems to me like HCD is telling us to go further. And so I think, putting all of it in one place is one thing, but what Los Altos did, and we're talking about Los Altos as a model here, is they rezoned and increased height, and they rezoned lower density neighborhoods. And so I think that those are things we have to look at if we're going to get this housing element through. I think there's maybe ways to do that are not so disruptive, like encouraging duplexes and triplexes, like, having some pre-approved ADU plans on our website. But I think it's difficult because in my read of this, I do think that our town staff has done a lot of what HCD is asking us to do, and they continue to ask us to do more. The one thing I'll close with is, as we think about, I do not have an appetite for challenging the state on this. I have seen so many communities lose on this. The state attorney general, who is the most powerful lawyer in the state, because of this housing element process, he created the state attorney general's housing justice team, which for the last 2 years has been suing towns like Los Gatos over this very issue. And there's a big website that shows all of the cities they've sued, all of the housing developments they've kind of forced forward. And I just do not think that going to bat with the state on this is going to be our best avenue. I think we can do. I think it's a good suggestion to do some more of what Los Altos did to get us further in this process.
So I will make the comment that our housing document is almost twice as long as the other jurisdictions. So my interest is not so much in adding more, but putting it together so that it's very concise and focused and to the point, that'll make it easy to read for the reviewer who seems to be overloaded with his workload. So that being said, I am interested in the Vice Mayor's suggestion on replicating what Los Altos did, also noting that Planning Commissioners Janoff and Hansen also being on the Housing Element Advisory Board, even though they're speaking as private, residents, that they also supported modeling after the city of Los Altos. So that's where my interest is in starting to kind of nail down these comments with 1C. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I mean, I think we've got a lot of good comments coming forward. I think that the letter that we received from Commissioner Hansen and also the work that was done by Commissioner Janoff, both of them on the Housing Element Advisory Board. And I am looking forward to the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting this Thursday for further discussion. But, they've been on this process the whole time, and they really did take a good look at wealthier cities, realizing that the bar seems to be higher for wealthier cities. In Santa Clara County and elsewhere, we're the ones having the hardest time getting our housing element certified. And, it's a little bit difficult to read things like our housing sites are into census tracts, because I don't view it as those sites were chosen because we were trying to stick them in one end of town. They were specifically chosen because we have to plan for at least 2,000 housing units, and we need sites that are large enough to accommodate multifamily housing, that are ready for redevelopment. The North 40 is only going to accommodate maybe a fifth of this RENA, maybe not even that. And so trying to find space for the other housing units that we have to plan for meant we have to look at places where we had interest in redevelopment, where we can do more height, where we're along a bus line. And so it turned out that a lot of those places were kind of right along the same road. The comment that we need to do more work in, or we need to create housing or encourage housing in single-family neighborhoods, seems more likely to address the AFFH comment or law more than our housing element, because any kind of duplex or triplex we get is not necessarily going to be affordable housing. It might be more affordable by design, but with our inclusionary process or our inclusionary ordinance, we really cannot ask for a deed-restricted affordable unit unless we have 5 or more units. And so any kind of duplex, triplex, or fourplex is not going to have a deed-restricted unit there. So I'm a little concerned about where that will get us, but it sounds like HCD wants us to do that to address the AFFH, which is almost a separate issue from the RENA. So I think one of the things I want our residents to know is that the entire point of the housing element is to be pro-development. So when there are concerns that there are council members who seem pro-development, I would like to point out that I'm not pro-development, I'm pro-meet the challenge. And we've been trying to meet this challenge for about 2 years, and I think people are finally seeing what it's going to take. And I understand comments from residents that don't want 7-story buildings. I don't either. But we are going to have to encourage, welcome, kind of roll out the carpet for developers to create at least 2,000 housing units. That's the plan. That's what our housing element is. So I'm all ready to get this going and make sure that we don't have any more builder's remedy projects. I'd also like to point out that of the projects that reference the builder's remedy, it seems like most of those can go through without the builder's remedy. Some of them are using the builder's remedy to potentially go lower density. So it's not all that they're all going to be 11-story buildings, and they may not even happen. But I think I'm finally seeing the political will by all 5 council members to do the work that we have to do to get this over the finish line. We've been working on this housing element. I've heard residents make comments about how we've had 5 failed submissions. And I actually look at the housing element, I hate to do this, but a football analogy. We haven't failed each time. We've made a first down. We just haven't gotten over the goal line. And with each iteration, we're getting closer. And at this moment, I don't know if we're on the 5-yard line or the 1-yard line, but I want to make sure that we address every comment as robustly as possible so that our next drive puts us over the goal line. Even if we have to take a timeout, even if we have to take extra time, I think that the last thing we want to do is submit something that we think is close enough and have it come back to us. So I think the work that we do tonight, and then I want to make sure that the Housing Element Advisory Board, full of residents that have been volunteering their time and know this better probably than any other council member, gets their input, and we take all of the time to digest that and look at the few other wealthy communities like Los Altos that have gotten their housing element certified, but make sure that it also fits Los Gatos, because I really don't want to copy and paste from another jurisdiction and have our reviewers say, well, that doesn't actually apply. So I think we need input from everybody. I think we're hearing really good comments. I think the HEAP will give us great comments. I respect the work of our staff and our consultants, and I think we need to kind of look at, we've been walking the knife edge. Councilmember Rennie brought this up at the last council meeting. We've been walking the knife edge. We haven't wanted to do too much, but we've wanted to get certified. And we will never know what it takes to get certified until we get there. And I think it's taken us a longer process to get there because we were not willing initially to get rid of story poles. We were not willing to increase densities in certain places. Not everyone on the council was willing to even rezone all of our sites. And now we're seeing what the work is that we have to do. So I think we're all a team now. Thank you.
We are. We buried the hatchet earlier. Thank you, Chris Wiley. All right. Vice Mayor Udis, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted at some point to make a motion to move this forward specifically on 1C. But I could wait until further comments come in before I do that.
Councilmember Rennie.
I wanted to add, it's really 1B, but I think they're connected. In 1B, the comments talk about Los Gatos being a wholly RCAA, highest resource and highest median incomes, and that's actually, Los Gatos is not homogeneous. It's actually some heterogeneous in there. And they criticize us for putting all of our housing in 2 census tracts, but what we've done is we've put them in the Los Gatos Unified School District, and it's also the Los Gatos Saratoga High School District. I remember 26 years ago when I bought my first house, I didn't have as much money back then, and Longwood is the divider between the LGUSD School District and the Campbell Union. It was $100,000 more to buy on one side of Longwood than on the other, and that was 26 years ago. Imagine what the difference is now. My point is, it's not the same. The schools are a little bit better. Maybe they're a lot better in the LGUSD district and the high school district also, and we've put all of our houses there. HCD's goal is that lower income people have access to these resources. So what we've actually done is what our current plan is we've maximized getting the resources where putting the low income houses where the most resources in Los Gatos are. We put them in the right 2 census tracts actually in order to get the best resources for those low income people. And I think we should add some comments in here. I know they said we need to go do single family, and maybe we should do some of that also, but I think we need to strengthen the case that we actually done the right thing already with some comments around that.
Vice Mayor Udis.
Yeah, thank you. Just to address that, I think in particular, Los Altos addressed that in their rezoning bullet point where they identified areas where they had done denser housing along transit, and they had several programs in single-family residence areas. And actually, I think we have already done that. We just haven't pulled it together in that same format. So we can talk about, what's in the Program J right now, but I was going to see whether we could take the idea of using the Los Altos draft for our Program J instead of what's in there now, which basically allows small multi-use housing and rezoning in order to put that in all neighborhoods. It's the same concept that was in the general plan that had some issues, led to a 3-2 vote, and then led to a referendum. And I suggest that we defer that until we know that we need something like that. And that is exactly what Los Altos did. They did not do townwide rezoning. What they did is Loyola Corners, which is one area. They wanted to redo the specific plan to make some changes there, and a couple other neighborhoods. It was, from what I could tell, it was less than 20% of their area, which is, again, so I would actually like to put forward a motion to use the Los Altos program G6, I believe it is, 6G, to wherever possible adopt the concepts and the language that are in the Los Altos program. And I already did some, looking at that, and it's not complete for sure, but I think that it could easily accommodate this, and it brings together a very strong argument. And then it has this implementation which says that if the town is not on track to meet its 150 affordable housing unit goal, then the town will consider alternative land use strategies. And that's where something like the putting small multifamily into single family could be considered. I actually think we're not going to even need to get there because of the number of applications that we have in now, put us at over 280 affordable units and 1,200 total units. So, I don't think that would be a risk, and I think that what they've put forward, I would suggest maybe we bump the number up to 160 instead of 150, since we have a bit more of our number to achieve. But I would suggest that we start with that and only deviate from that if there's an absolute reason, something really unique. But we take that as a starting point and use that as a replacement for what's currently in Program J of our document.
All right, do I have a second? I'll second it, and I'm seconding it with the comment that it also has the endorsement of public commenters with desk items and attachments that we have in our packet. All right, I will. Comments? Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So I think that including provisions to mirror some of this Los Altos language and what Council or Vice Mayor Hudes was talking about sort of at the beginning of this conversation about showing where all of our programs are is a good one. And I would definitely support that motion. However, the most recent comments, and I'll read them again, we just got from HCD are actions should be added and revised with aggressive numeric targets and geographic targets throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. These conditions and circumstances warrant significant and robust actions to promote housing mobility and increasing housing choices and affordability throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. So I think that the language we included in Program J, I do not think is particularly aggressive language, and I think it leaves us open to going about this a lot of different ways. But I think entirely removing what staff proposed for missing middle is not going to get us across the finish line. I think that there's not a way for staff to respond to this comment in earnest when we get back to HCD if we make the change in the motion that's on the table.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little concerned because I know that we want to mirror what Los Altos has done and is certified. On the other hand, I don't know if Los Altos got a comment like that and did or didn't have to respond to it. And on our last response from HCD, that's the first time we've heard that criticism. They have not ever made the comment that we weren't encouraging housing in single-family neighborhoods until this very last time, and our sites really haven't changed. So I am concerned about not addressing their comment. One thought I had was, we don't want to get down to picking parcels, but could we have an encouragement program that didn't necessarily go into every single family neighborhood all the way in, but do something that made sense, because what we're looking for is transportation and ease of getting around, and say, within a fifth of a mile of a main arterial or something like that. I want to work through this yet. I'm not ready to make a commitment. I think as we make these motions, I would like to make sure that these get bounced off the HEB also and work through. And the only way, if this motion does carry, I would want to make sure that we have a conversation with HCD, even if it takes a little longer, rather than submit something like this and have to wait 60 days to find out that they don't think it's good enough. So if this is something that the council wills to do, I think we need to make sure that HCD, as long as it takes to get in touch with them, says, yeah, this addresses this, because I want to make sure we address this comment. And I think they're sending the message that they want to see the housing, some small multifamily, missing middle housing in single family neighborhoods, not to hit our low affordability targets, but for affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I think those are two separate topics. And monitoring how many low-income units get built and then saying if we don't get it, we'll release this, those really aren't related in my mind. So for that reason, I'm going to have a hard time supporting this motion.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. First of all, Councilmember Ristow, with regard to going to HCD and getting feedback, we already approved that last time. We just need to follow through on it. And so the way Los Altos, and this is in the public record because this was part of their meetings in the late summer and the fall, their consultant took their draft to the very issue of mobility that they had been denied on, and took their draft on that issue to HCD, got a dialogue with them, got an informal approval. They basically asked, are we good to go? And brought that back to the council, and then they moved forward, and this was the stickiest issue that they had as well. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. I think not only is the example a good one, I think the process is very similar as well to what I think we laid out last time. So the concern that I have about leaving in Program J as it is now is that it would open town-wide rezoning of single-family, low-density residences for multifamily. And frankly, these other municipalities that we looked at that got approved didn't do that. Los Altos said they would look at that if they weren't achieving their numbers. Pleasanton also did a similar thing. And, these were the examples that staff pointed us to take a look at. So, and those were both recent. They're both September. So I think that that approach would make sense. The challenge with adopting Program J as it is now, which is this townwide rezoning, is that, first of all, we don't really know what number of units. This is back to the same discussion that we had on the general plan, is how many units would our EIR even cover that number of units? And if we were to try to pull back from that, let's say when we actually do the rezoning, which is called for being implemented by the end of the year, if we made changes that restricted what we had approved in the housing element that got certified, would we be in a situation of being challenged by developers saying, no, you approved this, you put this through, it got certified on that basis, and so we're going to take action against the town if you try to pull back that zoning. So I don't think it's wise to do that level of zoning and kick that off at this time. I think it makes a lot more sense to see how we're doing. Plus, as I mentioned before, I think we already have a lot of units coming in, so I don't think we're going to be in a position where we even need to do that because the units are coming in and the places where they're zoned for, we already have 4 areas, Oka Lane, Lark Avenue area, Union Avenue, and downtown, that are part of single-family residential neighborhoods. So I think that we just didn't articulate that well to HCD, but that's exactly what Los Altos did, was to be able to articulate that. So,
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not particularly interested in. I definitely don't want to put a bunch of multifamily, large multifamily housing in single-family home neighborhoods. However, again, I think all of us collectively agreed at the end of the year, our top priority is getting this housing element approved, right? And we have this comment out here that talks about increasing housing choices and affordability throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. Aggressive numeric targets and throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. If I heard something in the motion that addresses that, I would be more willing to support something like this. But I think just so everyone is aware, and maybe there's a question of staff in here, when I look at Program J, the quantified objective is increase the number of small multifamily housing developments by 50 units over the next 8 years. Is a question for staff, could you elaborate a little bit more on Program J and what you see Program J as doing when it comes to single family home neighborhoods? Because I'm not reading this as as the giant fundamental change that I don't think it is.
I'll defer to Ms. Armour.
Thank you for that question. When we look at the Program J, it talks about changing some of the regulations, but the expectation from staff is not that all low-density residential zones would be modified. And that's why, as you pointed out, the idea of having some additional small multi-unit housing, 50 units, over the 8 years is the target. So the language that we have here is that the housing units would include single dwelling units, multifamily dwelling units, accessory dwelling units, small and micro units, prefab homes. So it's a variety of different types of things that could be considered as part of the program to allow some more diversity of housing in these zones. But it isn't just wholesale changing for every parcel.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my understanding as well. And so I kind of see this as, on the edges of some single family neighborhoods in areas where people are, interested in redeveloping or putting in duplexes and fourplexes, that working well. I personally, and the council all knows this, but I live in a fourplex that directly abuts a bunch of single family homes. And so along Los Gatos Boulevard, which is a lot of what we're talking about here, and it's a great place to live. And it doesn't ruin the character of the neighborhood. And I take out my trash on time and all that. And so I think that there is I just don't think that Program J, I think that Program J directly addresses what HCD has said in here without going above and beyond what we need to do. So I actually think Program J is a really tactful response to the HCD comment. So again, I will not be supporting the motion.
So Councilmember Ristow, followed by the Vice Mayor, and I would like to remind everybody that we do have a motion on the table, and I can call the question at some point. Still interested in hearing our comments, but it could be that maybe there might be amendments to the motion. That going forward, Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, and thank you for that reminder. So following up with staff, so in terms of Program J, what about that would prevent it from being wholesale? There's the fear that there's a wholesale change to all the single-family neighborhoods, and we're suddenly going to have 8 million homes. So what is it, why is staff estimating 50 units?
Thank you for that question. So as we look at the language in that implementation program, it's talking about exploring allowing these different types of uses in the residential zones. We anticipate that at a minimum, we would exclude the high fire hazard areas, the historic areas, so that cuts it back somewhat as well. But this doesn't actually specifically say where these regulations would be changed. It just commits to going through the process to make some changes. And because the goal is relatively low, it means that those changes don't need to be broadly across all single-family, low-density residential areas.
Okay, thank you. Because my feeling is I think this is a great way to go. I think, Councilmember Hudes brings up a good point. If we had a broad program and then tried to curtail it, we could put ourselves in legal jeopardy. But if we have a program that we can control or start small and, see if it encourages housing. I mean, I know, for example, there's concerns about SB 9 and ADUs, and they're not cropping up everywhere. It hasn't taken over every neighborhood. I realize that we could exclude historic neighborhoods. I have to say I live on a historic street, and I have a fourplex at one end, an apartment complex at the same end, townhomes further up, and a 6-unit apartment building at the other end. And I love the diversity of people. I love that we have that. I don't want to live in a street that has only single-family homes, but I realize everyone doesn't feel that way. So I think, given that there's some control in there, I would like to make a friendly amendment that we actually do include Measure J in this next step. Or not Measure J, I'm sorry, Program J.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, but I think I would still have to call the question before we do the amendment. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read J carefully here because I understand there's an objective of 50 units, but there's nothing that caps it. It's simply a quantifiable objective. What I am reading is that the town aims to create mixed residential neighborhoods through new and innovative housing types that meet changing needs of Los Gatos households and expand housing choices in all neighborhoods. And then it says the housing types include, but are not limited to, single dwelling units, multifamily, accessory dwelling units, small and micro units, prefabricated homes, clustered housing, cottage housing. And then it goes on later to define what the small multi-unit is, and it includes duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, courtyard apartments, cottage courts, townhomes, triplex stacked vertical, and live-work spaces. And I'm concerned that if we adopt that, we adopt that, and then we try to pull that back later, we're going to be in a jam, and there's no need to adopt it at this point. So this is really the fundamental discussion that we had about the general plan in 2021, I think, and this is the fundamental idea that we do not need to exceed the state requirements. We need to meet them, and we do not need to upzone these across the entire area. And the concern is that we would be implementing this in all areas that are. It doesn't say anything about exceptions for fire or zones or historic. It just says that we're going to do this, and then we try to pull it back. I think it's just it's unnecessary. It's only promoting really. I hate to use the word, but luxury housing. It's not doing anything for affordable housing. All of this is maybe a little bit less costly, but nevertheless, we're talking about units like we've seen in the $1 million plus range, and it's not doing anything for that. And why would we do this? So I would be very much opposed to keeping the language of Measure J, Program J, and instead working toward something that has proven to be acceptable to HCD, which is the Los Altos version.
Right, Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just briefly state again that HCD did tell us we need to address small housing units in single-family neighborhoods, and so this motion doesn't address that. And number two, they specifically said in their comments that meeting the statutory requirements is not good enough. They're telling us we do have to go beyond the law. Now, whether that makes sense or not, I'm not trying to exceed the law because I want to. That was in their comments. So that's what we have.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
I think we're doing a really good job of proving this knife edge and why we haven't got a housing element approved yet. I'm struggling a little bit with why we want to dump all of Program J. What if we just change the wording so it doesn't say in all neighborhoods? Maybe there's an alternative wording that staff would suggest. I can see the concern in the all neighborhoods, but as soon as we get rid of that and put something else that isn't committing the whole town, but that we'll look for, I mean, there's a lot of good ideas in here, and that is the kinds of things that HCD is saying we want. So rather, and I still like the idea of doing a mobility summary item also so that it's clear, but I'm not sure I want to throw the baby out with the bathwater on J here.
Vice Mayor? Did you still want to comment? Otherwise, I'll be calling the question. Okay, Vice Mayor.
I actually had a question for the town attorney. In the letter and in the comments, HCD is saying that in order to have our element certified, we must go beyond the law. Is there any constitutional basis for that?
There is not, but the policymakers in Sacramento have been encouraging the production of housing. And so, it's hard to gauge how a court would rule, but there is a lot in favor of attempts to broaden the statute. And when they say go beyond the law, I think they're referring to going beyond housing element requirements and furthering affirmative fair housing. So there's no constitutional precedence for asking cities to go beyond the law. But there's no cases on point, but but really the policies are favoring HCD at this point in time.
And I would just add that our outside legal counsel also has her hand raised.
Okay, I'll go to outside legal counsel, and then I will go back to the vice mayor. Outside legal.
Thank you. I just wanted to note sort of say that I think that the language of Program J could be modified in such a way that it says something like a variety of neighborhoods rather than all neighborhoods, and additionally doesn't necessarily state those different types of housing as things that you will do in every single neighborhood, but as ones that will be explored and then later determined where they appropriately fit within a variety of neighborhoods. So I don't, I do think that for the reasons stated by some of the council members, it is a good idea to keep J in and potentially sort of just shift it around so that it doesn't require changes, in every single neighborhood or in every single type of low density or medium density area in the town.
I'm just going to make a quick comment, and to me, it's maybe just me, but putting in a variety of neighborhoods, to me that sounds vague. I would think that the HCD is looking for specificity, and to me, I'm not sure that I could go for that. But anyway, Vice Mayor Hudes, and then I'm going to make a reminder that we have a motion on the table.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to emphasize, and this may be more for the public than anything else, is that what we're talking about is allowing for a zoning change without specifying where it will be, but saying it would be in single-family residential area, and that this is a very weighty decision. It is one of the things that you are doing as a local municipality, where when you are changing a zoning, it is one of the few things where you are taking something from someone and giving it to someone else, because the people who have property have an expectation when they bought that property. And if the state wants to mandate that we do that, I suggest that the state pass a law that says you will do this, not to say that you will go beyond the current law in order to achieve this. And so I just want to make sure that if we do go down the path of changing zoning, as I believe is the intention of J as it's written now, it's unnecessary because I think that we can get our housing element adopted as Pleasanton and as Los Altos and other communities have done without taking a town-wide rezoning step. And it is a very momentous decision to make, and it is one that I would not be comfortable with. I know that some members of the council have been advocating for this for a couple of years, but I really don't think that's what our residents want.
Councilmember Rennie?
Yeah, I'll say right now I can't support the motion as is because it's not putting our best foot forward, and it's not even consistent, because let me read what bullet 2 in the Los Gatos mobility says. It says, rezoning, modify zoning to allow residential or increase residential intensity or density of residential throughout Los Altos. There says throughout Los Altos, and we're somehow telling staff to go write it like Los Altos because it passed, but don't do all through the town. So I don't think this is consistent. I just can't vote for something that's going to clearly fail. I think that there's some work on the motion that could get us to a better place. I don't think anybody here wants to rezone all of the neighborhoods. What we want to do is find the right wording that allows HCD to friggin' certify this housing element, and then have us, work through. I think I heard some good wording in there. Of course, it needs to be a variety of places. The other option is, okay, let's go do it. Let's go pick where we think it should be, and then put that in our housing element. We've decided we're going these 5 places in town, which is going to take much longer to do it. So we either have to come up with some wording that, okay, yeah, we want to limit it from all over town, but we need to go to a wording that is going to allow this housing element redo to stop redoing.
Okay, I need to call the question. All in favor?
Oh, Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing it, but our clerk is saying that Veronica has a comment for us. She had her hand raised. I didn't see it on Zoom, but.
I was going to suggest that maybe actually instead of looking at Los Altos, look at Los Altos Hills, which we certified last year. And the language that we used in that particular housing element was in combination with your ideas is by 2027, if you have not achieved a certain percentage of your low-income RENA in other parts of the town, then you will rezone X percent of your single-family neighborhoods or low-density neighborhoods up to increased capacity by however many units. Then you know that you can cap it. The 50 units is a cap in terms of achievement, but the capacity can be a cap in terms of overall capacity. So you can control the amount of neighborhoods that you want to. And when you do the rezoning, you can apologize, my emergency flashlight is gone too, so I'm totally in the dark. But by doing something like that, you would have the ability to, one, not do a townwide rezoning. Two, you can also, when you do the rezoning, control the type of parcels that you think would be appropriate. For example, parcels that are currently at least X square feet in size or located at corner lots. So all of those can be something that you can control when you do the rezoning, but you can also, for the program language, you can cap it by no more than X percent of your neighborhoods and up to an increased capacity by X number of units.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hudes?
A question about Los Altos Hills, because I looked at that in some detail. Do they have more flexibility because they met their deadline in terms of the time frame for doing rezoning?
No, it wasn't because of that. I think Los Altos Hills was also a very, very tough housing element work. We went back and forth with HCD, definitely even more times than you have currently, and it ultimately boiled down to that particular language that got us through the housing element.
Okay, Councilmember Ristow.
I'm
going to call the question sometime.
I just wanted to follow on and ask Ms. Tam another question. So was Los Altos Hills, because I like the suggestion, was Los Altos Hills responding to AFFH or were they responding to the RENA numbers? Because it feels...
It was AFFH. And I can tell you, I'm currently working... I worked on Los Altos Hills. I worked on Marin County, Petaluma, San Ramon, Danville, obviously San Mateo, Los Gatos, and San Bruno. I just began work on San Bruno. And all of these are AFFH issues that get like that get resolved very at the very last minute. That's the point. That's the break. That's the point that's the threshold that you need to meet. And it's not that you're exceeding statutory requirement of the housing element. What HCD is referring to is RENA. You need to go above and beyond RENA. Not necessarily means that you need to go above beyond the housing element law. The housing element law also includes the AFFH requirements, which pushes your housing production goal beyond RENA. I think that's how I would interpret that.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm concerned that nothing we do in single-family neighborhoods in small multifamily is going to give us affordable units anyway. So allowing that development to whether or not we're hitting our low income units doesn't seem to make sense to me, although I'd be very happy if that works, and obviously we'll run this by HCD before we submit anyway.
Yeah, if I can comment on that, and they do understand it, but it's the opportunity for other households to have access to these neighborhoods. They do understand that it could be just affordability by design given the size of the unit, but they would not be technically met the affordable housing requirement. I can also tell you that the city of Santa Monica did what got the housing element through is to allow an additional ADU on their single family neighborhoods, provided the owner is willing to deed restrict it as rental housing units, not affordable units, but rental housing units. And that's what got Santa Monica through.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion fails. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mayor, sorry. New year. Okay, I'm going to try a different motion. And I'll just give some background. So the Los Altos Hills item, I think, does more. How they word it in their housing element does more actually than what I'm going to propose here. The Los Altos Hills one says that they are going to. They don't actually say rezone, but they say. They talk about 25% of single-family residences in the town. I think that's more than we need to do. I think what we're talking, the Councilmember Risto referenced that we, this is more of an AFFH thing than it is a sites thing. I think we have all the sites we need, and I'll. Just say that Program J this evening does not rezone anything. It's just talking about some strategies here. So I would make a motion to, as Councilmember Hudes suggested, bundle the steps we are taking to increase housing mobility, similarly to Los Altos in our housing element, and to modify Program J to change language from in all neighborhoods to in a variety of neighborhoods. And I think, and I'll just close with, I think that what this does is it allows us to, in earnest, say that we are addressing these several comments about single-family home neighborhoods in the comments that we received from HCD, without necessarily committing to something above and beyond what we need to be doing.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any comments? I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion passes with the vice mayor and the mayor opposed. All right. Shall we move on to the next item, or do we need to take a break? Okay, we're going to take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 9:25. work on item number 11, and I'm going to look to my fellow council members. We just got through tackling 1C. Is there a suggestion as to which comment number would be next to address? And the Vice Mayor, you have your hand up?
Yeah, in looking at the comments from Commissioner Hansen and also looking at the examples, I thought there were 4 of them that were kind of the next priority. 1B, 2C, which maybe just resolved with questions, and 3A, which I think may have some questions about the law, and then we get into the one with that has 4 programs in it, 3C, and I'm suggesting that the second one, 3C2, is what I'm calling it, is probably a more difficult one to resolve. So I'm suggesting those kind of as a next priority, and if you're looking for one, it would be 1B.
Great. Let's get started with 1B. I will look to my fellow council members to see if they have any comments or can start the discussion on item 1B. Vice Mayor?
So I think this is one that's similar about organizing our information. And so, what they're looking for here is to look at the factors and to kind of organize our information about the factors that are contributing to the housing issues. And I thought there was a good example from Los Altos Hills on page 124 of their housing element. And they put together 2 tables that are pretty simple that identifies the issues, the factors, the priority, and meaningful actions. And so there's a table 49, which just has that in it. Like I said, the issues, the contributing factors, the priority, and meaningful actions. And then there's a table 50 that provides a detailed overview of actions, and that includes other activities, specific commitment, timeline, geographic targeting, and a metric for 2023 to 2031. So this is not Los Altos, this is Los Altos Hills, where it seemed like all of those areas for AFFH were being brought together in a coherent way, and again, wouldn't require searching through the document. They'd all be there in 2 tables. So I thought that was an elegant way to address a complicated question.
Any
interested in staff's reaction to that and the consultant's reaction?
Staff took a look at it earlier and thought that was a nice way to organize what we've already done, but just put it in a more succinct way. And I would ask if our team has anything else to add. Or Ms. Tam, if she has anything to add.
I certainly would agree because I worked on Los Altos Hills.
Okay, any comments, any further comments from council members? Would the Vice Mayor like to put that into a motion?
Sure. So I move that we address comment 1B by following the example of Los Altos Hills, specifically with table 49 and table 50.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, the next order, I believe you had mentioned 2C.
Yeah, 2C, there were some questions and concerns, not so much an example to work from, but 2C is, let me get the comment here. is the Adequate Sites Program. And it's a very long comment, but the thing that stood out to me is the comment from HCD that says, based on a cursory review, the rezoning does not appear to meet these requirements. And then also, they also refer to evolving case law with Martinez versus City of Clovis as affecting what we've done. And so this one I really wanted to get questions for town attorney or outside counsel on how serious this issue is. Can it be addressed? Because I did not see an example to just pull in and copy and paste from.
I'm going to defer to outside counsel. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is being addressed in changes to your housing element overlay zone ordinance. And I think by making the appropriate changes, we've been looking at the new version of that ordinance and making the changes to ensure that it complies with the minimum statutory requirements in housing element law, as well as the Martinez v. Clovis decision, which basically determined that where you have an overlay zone, the base zone has to allow residential development at the same minimum density in order for your overlay zone to be sufficient to meet the requirement, that the site's requirements in housing element law. So given all of that information, we've been making some changes and working with your staff to make changes to that the overlay zone zoning ordinance.
Vice Mayor?
So question, was HCD aware of these changes that we're making? And if they are, did they have any reaction to them?
The changes are in response to HCD's letter, and I can't recall if when we spoke to them in December, I think we did discuss changes to the ordinance, and I think HCD's reaction was favorable.
Staff recalls that they were favorable for that, and we plan to take a revised ordinance based on that feedback to the Planning Commission on the 24th, and then to Council in February.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I don't think we need a motion on that.
Just a question on that. In terms of council engagement and action, will that be coming to council?
It will. It will start with the housing element advisory. I'm sorry, it will go to Planning Commission next week and then to Town Council after that.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think I need to do anything else on that one.
Okay, next item should be 3A.
Yeah, so 3A, basically they're saying that based on the outcomes of a complete analysis, the element should add or modify programs to include specific commitment to review and revise these development standards. And so, again, I looked at the places we were pointed to, but I could not really find in one concise place the development standards as an example. So I'd be interested in whether we think we've addressed that with the narrative on C8 and C9, or is there more work that we need to do on this one, and does it meet the legal standards to be satisfactory as well?
So when we did meet with HCD in mid-December, this was discussed And so this is what the proposed language is. I believe our outside counsel is still reviewing this comment, and I would defer to Ms. Tam or that outside legal counsel on this item.
I had suggested some minor clarifying changes in order to analyze how the development standards cumulatively function as a constraint on housing development. And so Ms. Hammond has said that she has some thoughts on how to add language to that effect in order to meet that that requirement.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. It seems like more of a process thing than anything. So maybe if Ms. Tam could kind of help us spell out the process a little bit better, that might help. Just a thought.
Okay. I do have my camera on, but I'm sitting in the dark. I'm so sorry. I think the major thing that we wanted to do is in the program revision, we did already make the revisions that says that we will adjust the development standards to make sure that development standards are such that it can accommodate the allowable densities to allow a developer to achieve what they are permitted to do within that. I think the suggestions that the outside counsel made was to make a stronger connection between what we consider as a potential constraint and how it might affect cost and achievement of density in the constraint section. So we need to make a stronger correlation between what we commit to do in the housing element and what we identify as a potential constraint. But I do, I think that particular way of acknowledging the constraints and then making the connection in the plan section to adjust it in the future to allow people to meet the maximum density is the type of language that we have typically included in other housing elements. I am not quite sure what kind of process that you wanted me to comment on, but ultimately this is not something that we would specifically commit to housing element as to how you're going to change the development density and development standards. We rarely do that in the housing element. As long as we commit to adjusting it so that it would allow a developer to achieve the maximum allowable density. We rarely specify how we're going to do it in order for you to have the opportunity to weigh in on how you want to do it when you get to do it. And I think we have identified up to at least a year to give you the opportunity to deal with that issue.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from council members? Okay, it sounds to me like we would have Ms. Tam work with staff on clarifying language for 3A. Okay. Moving on to the next item. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just one question on that one. Is that, does that also involve the outside counsel or getting legal in that particular one?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I think when we get to the end of this, it'd be good to kind of do a recap of the time frame and next steps, on each of these. So that's why I was asking that question.
Okay. All right. Moving on then to item 3C.
Yeah, so
Number 2.
3C has, I think, 4 or 5 parts to it. And they're not all equal, I think. So we could just start walking down them so that we don't get confused. Maybe start with 3C, the first bullets. I don't think there's as much there, but this is the one that says add additional capacity for the North 40 specific plan, and also Program V, which are persons for disabilities. And so this, the language coming from HCD is concerning, but I wanted to get a sense of whether we, have our arms around this, whether there's still quite a bit of work to do in order to deal with SB 330 and other applicable laws here. So I'm trying to ask it in a general way rather than probe into a specific legal opinion.
I'm sorry, I think I missed the question.
So the programs, we're talking about Program D. Let's talk about that one first. Is there significant work that needs to be done on this before we can move this one forward, or is this one, I don't really see the language. It says modification of language to include an action. So I guess we haven't done that yet. So, if we haven't done it yet, how much work is it and how challenging is it going to be to do it?
Before that gets answered, Councilmember Rennie just told me he can be of assistance on that one.
So if I could help out a little. So on Program D, the comments have two parts. They're about getting around the cap on the North 40, and then the second part is modify development standards to facilitate achieving maximum densities. That doesn't look like what I see in blue on D only addresses the cap. It doesn't address the modified development standards to facilitate achieving maximum density. So do we need to do some more on that?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Shootman.
Thank you for the question, Associate Planner Jocelyn Shootman. So that is a two-part comment from HCD, and so you are correct. We are working with the outside legal counsel and our consultant to address the comment regarding the development standards.
So we could expect some more coming on D then? Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? See none. All right, so we'll leave that one again to be worked on with legal and staff. Okay. The next item.
The one that I had requested was 3C Part 2,
okay,
which is Program AA, Reduce Parking Standards. And, this one, there's examples from Pleasanton and from Los Altos that are specific, and it seems as though we could invent our own, or we could again use one of these as a starting point. And so it seemed to me that the Pleasanton one might be more appropriate. The Los Altos one is quite involved and specific, and I think we maybe aren't quite there yet. But if we were to move something forward, I would be thinking about the Pleasanton Program 4.6. So I wanted to get staff's reaction to using that as a way of addressing that issue.
I'm going to defer to our team.
Thank you for the question. So this is one comment that we did have an opportunity to talk with HCD about in our last meeting with them. And when we looked at this program, they were really focused on creating action words in that program. And so we did actually walk through what's the type of verbiage they're looking for and discussed what we've provided. and the blue highlight, and we seemed to have HCD's agreement that this language was sufficient when we last met with them.
Progress, and we're almost halfway through. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, did you want to comment?
No, that's the one I was most worried about. So.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Do we have a comment from Councilmember Moore?
I was just going to comment real quick on that one that I think once we get there, I actually really like, I think I asked some folks in Los Altos about what they did, and I think when we get there, I actually really, really like Los Altos, how Los Altos did their reduction of their parking requirements. So I think it's a good model to look at when we get there.
Great. Okay. Moving on then, the next item, do we need to go to 1A or continue with 3?
Yeah, we're still in 3C, and so this would be number 3, I think. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is Program AQ zoning code amendments. And again, on this one, so it's, again, this is future work. This is modification of language to implement Program AQ. Is that correct? It's future work. It hasn't been done at this point.
Thank you for the question. So edits have been made to Program AQ in response to this comment from HCD, and they are shown on page 1067 of the document.
And as a follow-up, have we discussed those and gotten feedback?
Thank you for the question. We have not.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Moore?
So on that one, I saw that you all struck the amend the affordable housing overlay zone to, and it talks about the maximum allowable density. Is that because we're going to 30, like across the 30 units an acre minimum across the board?
Thank you for that question. That was actually struck out because we no longer have an affordable housing overlay zone. It was replaced with the housing element overlay zone.
Okay. And then, but I saw some other language, I don't remember where it was in the document, about the need to call out that 30 number. Is that somewhere, because I'm not seeing that in this item, is that somewhere else?
That will be included in the housing element overlay zone.
Okay. There you go. All right.
Ordinance.
Thank you.
Any further comments? See none. Let's move on to the next item.
So the next item is 3C 4, which is the last one of the programs, and that's the story polls. So we made revisions to story poll. Those were reviewed by HCD, and then they came back with additional comments. And so is this just some narrative that needs to be added, or are there challenges to the story poll policy that we adopted?
Thank you for that question. So this is another program we were able to meet with HCD on and to discuss the recommended changes at the last council meeting regarding the story polls. And so at that meeting, they seemed comfortable with the changes. And so we've just described those further in the document.
And I can add that if you think of the timeline of how this proceeded, the comment letter came out on December 1st. Then there was a meeting on council to discuss story polls the following week. And then we took the actions from that meeting and described them to HCD the week after that, and they were comfortable with those modifications. So they have not yet seen the modifications, but in a verbal conversation, the motions that were passed by town council were sufficient to address this comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Moore.
Just real quick before we leave this one, the one we didn't talk about was V, and I just wanted to comment that while I was kind of looking into program V, actually a resident referenced a really cool project called the Kelsey, and it's called the organizations, the Kelsey Air Station is the project, and it's a really neat project in San Jose for persons with disabilities. Just something to look at in the future as we think about implementing Program V.
Thank you. All right, Vice Mayor.
So with regard to the next one that I had, since we're down at the bottom of the list, maybe take 4 and then we can clean up the last 3. So item 4 is creation of ADUs, and there are a lot of great examples from other places on this, and I know that we've done some good work on this, but the HCD is saying to create options beyond incentives, such as rezoning, if production and affordability far differs from assumptions. So what's the meaning of that comment? And again, that beyond word is in there, and in some cases it's appropriate, in other cases it's troublesome.
I defer to Ms. Tam.
Ms. Tam?
I'm sorry, I couldn't pull up the document in front of me using a cell phone. Could staff elaborate that for me just a little bit more?
Sure, Veronica, this comment is comment number 4 regarding accessory dwelling units, and HCD is stating that while the town commits to amend the ADU ordinance, it also needs to commit to establish incentives such as develop and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it is a new state law that local jurisdiction, all jurisdictions, regardless of whether you rely on ADUs on meeting your RENA or not, is required to facilitate the development of ADUs. And usually jurisdictions would have either approved plans or expedited review, anything that you do above and beyond what you normally do, like instead of just posting about information about ADUs, how do you help property owners develop ADUs? And so there are a lot of options that you can go for. And I mentioned pre-approved plans. Jurisdictions have also done like dedicated work hour, like office hours, dedicated staff, expedited review. Some jurisdictions would go provide incentives such as reduced permit fees, what some other jurisdictions have done would be to provide financial assistance, a grant of, I think the city of Pasadena, the city of Culver City, some other jurisdictions as well, they would provide like a $50,000 grant if you agree to deed restrict the units. And like some of these options, there are a lot of options out there that you can do. So we can work with staff as to, we have included some options there, but essentially you need to do above and beyond just posting information or making sure that your ordinance comply with state law. You need to take proactive efforts to promote and facilitate the development of ADUs, and that's state law, new state law.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. I just wanted to call out, we had talked about this in AFFH, and there was a comment from someone that we had talked about the pre-approved things, but it's in this. It says collaborate with countywide efforts to develop pre-approved ADU plans suitable for Los Gatos, including designs that are ADU accessible. So I think that's great. And we already link on the website, on the town website, to the ADU Santa Clara County website that has plans that have been approved in Santa Clara County, not necessarily in Los Gatos. So I think that'll be a really good resource. Looks like we're already doing a lot of that.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. Yeah, I like those ideas. I get concerned about things like reduced permit fees or grants, because we don't have the money for grants. I mean, I don't know where that would come from or if it would come out of our affordable housing fund. I'm concerned about promising things that are unfunded mandates, like having a dedicated staff person. So I don't know if staff could like weigh in on which kind of things we could realistically do without creating a burden that we can't sustain.
For the question, I will start, and the planning manager may want to add. So in response to this HCD comment under program Q, staff and the consultant have added quite a few areas. The one in particular is towards the end of the program where we have specified a deadline stating that by July 2027, if the production of ADUs and JADUs are falling short of our projected trend, then we would look at developing strategies such as additional incentives, flexible development standards, and identify additional sites for these ADUs. So we have tried to specify that with a deadline and to see if that would suffice with HCD. And this is also language that our consultant suggested.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, again, since this seems to be something that's really not very unique to every city, is this one where we can take a program that's been approved somewhere else rather than spend a lot of creative energy on it? It sounds like we're thinking about solutions and ideas and all of that, but on this one, this is across the state. It really doesn't matter very much what size city you are, whether you have hillsides or whatever. You need to be able to get your number of ADUs built. So is this one where we can take an example? I hadn't found one yet, but is that one where we could do that?
Mayor, our outside legal counsel has her hand raised.
Please go ahead, outside legal.
Thanks. This is, I guess, partly in response to that. I was going to mention that some language that I've seen in other housing elements, because I heard the mention of funding, is something along the lines that you'll monitor and apply for grant opportunities related to ADU development throughout the planning period, and that way, it's not a commitment that you're going to fund something, but that you will at least apply for it if those opportunities do arise. So maybe you can create that type of program.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, we have
You have one.
Councilmember Moore, followed by the Vice Mayor.
I was just going to say that I think that's a good suggestion. So if we're going to do we need to make a motion to add language about applying for grants? I think I hear what the Vice Mayor is saying. I think this is pretty robust, what we have, but we can always find more language. But I think the idea of adding applying for grants language is a good addition.
I don't think a motion is necessary, and this will be coming back to the council. Well, depending on how the council decides to proceed, it'll most likely come before the council before it's submitted to HCD.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, we're down to 3.
1A, which that was the first one that I tried to find comparable language for, and I really could not, because it seemed to be in many places in many of the other documents. And so the comment is that we have to at least address trends, conditions, coincidence with other housing factors, effectiveness or absence of past strategies, lack of publicly assisted housing, lack of multifamily. So is this a narrative thing, or is this a program that needs to get created?
It's additional narrative, but I'd like to defer to Ms. Tam to elaborate on that. Her team worked on this part.
When we just, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Again, Jennifer or Jocelyn, can you repeat what 1A 1D is? Or, no, I'm sorry, I'm lost about that.
1A.
The comment was the element includes actions to promote an inclusive community, but provide specific analysis of income and RCAA at a regional level.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I got it, that one. That's the first one that we talked about today. That one, I think, is really just generally narratives that they wanted. And I think actually outside council did a little bit more additional kind of looked at what we have done. And I think what she had mentioned to us was the data is already there that we have when we edited the appendix on that on the affirmatively further and fair housing analysis. The data is already there, but we need to make a little bit more about the connection between those characteristics and fair housing patterns and factors. So we plan to look at those data a little bit and explain how the demographics in the city, in the town, would have fair housing implications.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
I think the new language that we've added in blue is actually pretty robust, and I think addresses a lot of what is talked about in the comment. Again, we can keep referencing Los Altos on when they talk about they have less areas of their town that are the RCAA, but on page F45 of the Los Altos, and this is just for staff, for F45 on the Los Altos housing element, I think they do a pretty good job at being really honest about their sort of history there. But I think what staff has already added is probably adequate, and I think the map that we added on A73 is very helpful too.
Any further comments? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so just trying to summarize on this one, it sounds like we have actually done the work here and we just need to test it with HCD, is that correct?
Staff and the consultant need to do a little additional work based on the feedback from outside counsel.
And I think the additional work legal counsel was suggesting is it's just a better connection between the data that we presented and fair housing concerns.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to 2A.
Yeah. So this one is the small sites issue that was raised, and it, basically the comment boils down to us doing some analysis and then adding or modifying program K to further promote lot consolidation. Didn't seem like this was very difficult, but have we done the work that they've recommended, or is there still more work to be done there?
Legal counsel provided additional direction today with regarding to change some of that language to enhance the lot consolidation program. So we'll still be working on that.
And just to add to that, staff has done work on this comment in the document. So specifically within the document, there's a section titled Small Sites, and we did provide more analysis of these sites where there are multiple parcels that comprise a site that are consolidated in terms of the same ownership. So we did provide analysis in written form describing the site, the circulation, and how it functions.
Okay, thank you. So we're good with that, Council? All right. The last item, 3B, before we move on to our other agenda items. Everybody has been very patient.
Yes. Yeah, so this is regarding implementation program AQ, and this is to include language to address subjective approval findings. And do we have that language, or do we still need to work on that?
I'll defer to Ms. Schutman.
Thank you for that question. That language has been included in program AQ based on this comment from HCD.
Great. If I could have 30 seconds to scan my list, I would make an attempt to categorize all the ones we've talked about. Just want to make sure.
Yes, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So I would summarize the comments and the actions in this way and see whether this makes sense. That we have one action item that requires significant engagement and feedback from HCD, and that's 1C. And so I have that in a category all by itself. And again, following the model of the way Los Altos got theirs approved, it was to take specific language, have a discussion, negotiate that, and then get a sign-off essentially from HCD that we're good to go, and then move forward with that. And we had a motion to address that. So that's the only one in that category. And so then I had a category of items that are ready for feedback, but maybe won't require as much time and, to get through with HCD. So maybe they could be covered in the same meeting, but I would put them at a lower priority, but they seem to be ready to go. So I'm going to just read those off and see whether that makes sense. So that's 1B, 2C, 3B, 3C, the first program, and the third program. So I'm sorry that I didn't have that. So 3C, program D, and program V, 3C, program AQ, and 3C, program AW. These are ones where I understand we've already done the work and we're ready to have some feedback. And then the next category are ones that we have more work to do. We couldn't just engage with HCD tomorrow on it. We have some more work to do. And following our process, those are items that should come back to the council. And that would be 1A, 2A, 3A, the program AA within 3C, and number 4. So again, I don't know if I got them right, but I was just trying to put them in categories as we were talking through them. Does that make sense? Do you think that some of them are, maybe they're not categorized right, or are you okay with that?
Staff will just take a minute to take a look at those.
Yeah.
Through the mayor, I'll just jump in and say that yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Would any other council members like to provide comment before we wrap up this item? Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. I'm also looking forward to, I don't know how many HEB members are watching this, but on Thursday night, will the discussion start off with where the council left off, or will the HEB be reviewing the same comments? I don't know if staff can respond to that. But I think, this will be really important because we've got members of the HEB that have been working on this much longer, so it'll be good to get their input and put all that together.
So per the packet, you'll be receiving the same material as council did tonight, and we'll have a summary of what was discussed this evening as well in a desk item.
Okay, great. And then I guess, on behalf of the council, if the HEB has additional comments, those will just be added in. This doesn't need to come back to council before discussions with the consultant, as far as I'm concerned. I personally don't want all of the HEB input to be limited to what we've just said tonight. So I'm assuming that HEB can give input, and then all of that will be discussed with HCD, and then we'll see a submission that we know has a good chance of passage before it's submitted.
I'll defer this to Ms. Armour.
Thank you for that question. I think depending on the direction from the council, we could proceed as to what the next steps are in terms of returning to council with these modifications. We would welcome direction on that. We will, of course, be continuing to work to try and reach out to HCD to get their feedback on possible modifications and whether they feel they are sufficient to address their comments.
Okay, thank you. And town manager, and then I wanted to.
Well, through the mayor, I just wanted to comment that in the summary that our vice mayor provided, there were several items where it was requested that return back to council. So 1A, 2A, 3A, 3C, program AA, and then item 4. So those are, and I think the staff will just figure out how much more time we're going to need. So since that already has identified more work, that might be a good place for HEB to focus their efforts, since I think we have a pretty good game plan and council direction on the other areas. So that's just a suggestion for Thursday, but I'm sure the HEB will have other suggestions. So we'll work to determine how much more time we need before we come back to council and have a proposal for the mayor's consideration.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it would be my preference to see all of this work go forward and then go back to the HEB when it looks like it's ready, and then come back to us for a review. I think, well, I don't know. That's how I see it, because I think the HEB is the body that's really been doing the work with the staff and with the consultant, but that's my approach.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to engage the Housing Element Advisory Board. The challenge is that the council, I think, has to stay engaged in this process and not to take a vacation on it. And so I think the approach of taking, those items that, 1C and those other items that are apparently ready, getting those to HCD and getting feedback, written feedback to the council about them, I think is very important to this process. And, I'd make a comment about speed in a minute, but part of the problem is we don't want to package this all up into a revision, because that then triggers the comment period and the review period that's needed. It's much better to get feedback on these pieces of it and know that we're good to go. I think it'll get us there. So I certainly hope that we can bring this at the next council meeting, some feedback on those items that we've asked for to get review by HCD, and to get a written review of the interaction of those so that we know we can just adopt them. The The other thing, just comment, is that I know this has been a very tedious process for us to walk through all of this. Unfortunately, it really is important for the council to be engaged in this. There's always the impulse to say, we need to do this faster, let's just get it done and get it in. The problem is, if we get it done and get it in and it's no good, then we end up with a 6-month delay. And so while this may take a few weeks to work our way through, in the end, our goal isn't to get the next step done quickly. Our goal is to get certification quickly. And that requires breaking this into pieces and getting feedback. And if we have to change some things, then we'll change them. But we'll know where we stand, rather than having this long 6-month period where we really don't know where we are.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just comment that process sounds nice, but we've gotten indication from HCD that we really have no priority until we have a submitted submission, whatever you want to call it. Of course, it sounds good to get the feedback, but if they're saying we're too busy to talk to you because we've got other submissions, we may need to think about your process. I think we've got too much work to do a submission, but we also may not get very good feedback by the next council meeting. Even if we can get them to meet with us, they may not really look at it very much because we're not a priority. So let's see where we are at the next council meeting.
Yeah, this is, for a lot of reasons that we talked about before, this is urgent, and hopefully our consultant understands that and has the bandwidth to help us with it. And if they don't, then they'll let us know so that the council is aware of what's going on with the interactions. And that's why we want to break it into pieces and get some written feedback.
Any further comments? Yes. Jennifer Armour? No?
I'm sorry, no, I thought the director had something to add.
Okay, well, I don't see any other hands up, and I think we actually accomplished a lot. So we're going to close this item and move on to item number 12, which is a public hearing for the town's transportation impact fee program. I see Ms. Burnham approaching to provide us with a staff report.
Good evening. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. With me this evening is Aaron Vaca from DKS Associates, Town Engineer Gary Heap, and I also believe on Zoom we have Mike Vroman, Transportation Engineer. So I will jump right in on the background slide to give a brief presentation. So this is regarding traffic impact fees, transportation impact fees. Our current fee is based on Nexus study that was adopted in 2014. It was standing for quite some time. Starting in 2022, some state legislation changed, and also the town started moving toward wanting to update its Nexus study and the traffic impact fee program. And so if you go to the next slide, which gets us to where we are today. So 3 prior meetings, you've seen me in 2023 talking about this item. The most recent was November 23rd, where we hosted a draft of the Nexus study, including the capital project list, and also set the hearing date for this evening. So this is the opening of the public hearing. Tonight we're asking for 4 specific actions that were outlined in the council memo. So I'll just quickly move through each of those. The first one is reflected in attachment 1 of your memo, and it is adoption of the Nexus study with its capital improvement plan. So we've talked about the Nexus study in prior visits with you. It was developed based on, it's underpinned by a project list that is our capital improvement plan. That capital improvement plan really was developed from the elements of the general plan, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, among other things. The basis of the fees or the analysis is partly based on our historic level of investment in transportation infrastructure. So the town has a lot of transportation related plans and planning documents, and we also have historically made significant investments in transportation infrastructure. So the final plan, the final capital improvement plan, which is presented in Appendix 1 of the Nexus study, really reflects those desired investments and the continuation of those. And the Nexus study does present the maximum justifiable fee. So this is the maximum fee that could possibly be adopted of $57,907 per dwelling unit. Our proposed fee is well below that amount. But that amount is based on the historic level of investment that the town has made in transportation improvements. Next slide. So the second item that we are seeking adoption of is reflected in attachment 2 of the council memo. It is a resolution to replace the traffic impact mitigation fee with an updated transportation impact fee at the dollar values reflected on this slide. These are the dollar values that were presented in the past. We've talked through these. We talked through how they were developed. Single family and multifamily residential on a per square foot basis in accordance with the most recent requirements of the state, and retail, office, and industrial based on square footage, with a note and an asterisk as described in the plan that land uses that don't neatly fit into these categories would be, the fee would be calculated using these categories as the basis and using the single family residential dwelling unit cost as the basis. So we have a lot of flexibility and adaptability with the proposed fee to right size it according to proposed development opportunities. Next slide. The third item is reflected in attachments 3 and 4. Attachment 3 is the resolution, and the proposed language. Attachment 4 of the council memo was a red line to modify Town Code Section 15, Article 7, which is the article that addresses traffic impact fees. Changes being proposed are changing the title to reflect broader transportation impact fee rather than just a traffic impact fee. Updating the method of calculation to reflect current standards and what's reflected in the Nexus study. And also it adds the credit of 50% for deed restricted low and very low income housing units, as we discussed, I believe, at the study session in October. And the final item that we want to discuss with you, are requesting approval on, is modification of policy, Council Policy 1-08. So attachment 5 of the memo is the resolution and the proposed policy. Attachment 6 is a red line of the policy. The modifications update the name of the fee, allow us to charge fees on accessory dwelling units that are 750 square feet or larger. Currently, ADUs are exempt from all fees. Clarify the basis of calculation for residential. And make sure, generally speaking, that this policy is consistent with the proposed changes of Town Code Chapter 15, and replace the attachment 2 with an updated project list. And so with that, there is one recap slide that reiterates the 4 proposed action items that we have and that we're requesting of you this evening. And with that, I will turn it over to questions.
So, Ms. Burnham, thank you so much for the presentation. We just got finished using Los Altos as a comparison in our housing element as being similar in scale. And we do want to encourage people to live here. But can you elaborate how we can justify the highest proposed fees of $16,000 for single-family residential compared to Los Altos of $6,774? That's about 2.5 times higher.
Yeah,
Why
and
is that?
Yes, so great question, thank you. And I will also just, if Aaron's wants to add into this, I think we talked about this a little bit too at prior meetings. Our transportation plan and transportation goals and initiatives are significant. We've laid out a significant effort in the general plan. The mobility element includes a number of improvements, including the Highway 17 connector project. And really, this fee is reflective of what we need to do as a town to meet our general plan goals. So I will say that. I will also just add that, I think one of the reasons the state asked us to calculate the residential fees on a per square foot basis is so that they can be right sized to the development, so that a multifamily development of 500 square foot units is paying a lower fee than penthouse apartments of 5,000 square feet a piece. So there's the per square foot basis of the fee does some right sizing as well. And I don't know if Aaron has anything to add, or if that was.
I think you covered it pretty well, actually.
Okay.
I will add one other thing, though, and I think the Nexus study is really clear on this. The town can adopt. We're telling you what the math is, right? So this proposed fee that was in the prior slide is essentially what it would take, what we should charge for the proposed developments to achieve our goals, our transportation goals. I mean, council does have the ability to adopt any fee that's lower than this. So it just means we won't generate as much revenue and we'll have to right size our transportation goals, but there's opportunity.
But help me understand, because the report is driven by the capital projects listed in Appendix Section 1. So I question, maybe I shouldn't, but are these the right projects? And are these cost estimates and funding accurate? How do we know that?
Well, I think that's a great question, and we talked about that a lot, I think, at the study session in October, and we, council did adopt the plan, the project list at that time, which was kind of an important piece of the puzzle for us because it was the basis of the fee. I think with regard to the project list, I can say I understand that it's ambitious. It does reflect, it was much, much, much higher a year ago. We winnowed it down a lot and really went through a lot of iterations to try to really refine this project list and reduce it to the extent that we could. And there's another thought that I had that just went out of my mind. Sorry.
While you're thinking about that, the vice mayor had his hands up, so.
Yeah, thank you. I think Mayor definitely touched on the concern, and we've had some discussions about our capital plan, and it's one of the priority items, I believe, for the Finance Commission to work on, not only the spreading of that plan over time, but also the capital funding sources. And so I had two questions. One is, if we get a new capital plan because of the engagement of the Finance Commission and the recommendations they make, do we have the ability to make an adjustment here?
The fee can be amended by a future resolution, but it is a process because, as you'll recall, first the council sets the public hearing, and I can't recall if that's a 30-day or a 45-day advance notice, and then the council conducts a public hearing before adopting the resolution.
Thank you, because I think we have some tough decisions to make about the capital plan as it is now, and we need to have a more realistic spread of those projects and also more realistic view of what our grants will be and our incoming funding. So the other question, which I think I asked last time and I'm going to ask it again, is that I see the fees here on a per unit basis. Do we know what the net effect is of these fees as compared to what we have now? Dollar amount in total. Did we model it out with, similar kind of a situation to what we have now? What will that do to our revenues?
So if I understand the question correctly, if we didn't make any changes to the existing fee and spread it over the number of housing units and proposed development of the general plan, what is the revenue generation? I don't know that I've run that number. I don't know that we
never modeled that specific scenario. I know we did run some numbers making assumptions about various credit levels for multifamily housing, but we did not take, I think we did have some examples done for previous projects where you could compare fees for a specific project, but the overall revenue impact was not modeled.
I mean, we can look at an individual item and say, how is that compared to another community? But I also think that it's important to understand when we implement this, what's that going to do to our revenues as compared to what we're getting now? And it would be, I think, important to understand if we're going to have a shortfall based on implementing this from what we're getting now, it gives real question about it. So that's the way I look at it, is what's the net financial impact of implementing these changes?
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I had some similar concerns when we first started having this conversation. I appreciate how robust this process has been. I'm glad we decided to do a study session on this, and that we've had kind of so much conversation about this. We voted on the projects. I'm satisfied with the projects, and I do think that this is appropriate. I also, I think that the director answered the question well, but I also think from some of the folks that I've talked to in other cities, it seems like there's kind of a move towards doing more of these TIF fees because of the revenue that can be generated to improve our communities. And you look at the project list, that's just project number one, right? The congestion relief project is gargantuan. And so I think if we ever hope to do these things, this is the fee we're going to have to adopt. And so I think that this is a good idea, and I think this is the right time to do it.
Councilmember Ristow?
I'm going to hold my comments until we have the public. Do we have verbal communications on this topic?
Okay, all right.
Unless we're still asking questions of staff,
I was
right?
at the question level still.
Right,
so
okay. I thought we were getting into comments, so I want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. All right, so I don't see any further questions from council members. So at this point in time...
Mayor, before you go to, I will clarify that you had asked about the cost estimates and how they were developed. And so that was what went out of my head. The cost estimates that are reflected in here, say what you will, we can all say what we will about them. They are based on the best available information we have regarding these projects. The Highway 17 connector interchange project, which is obviously the biggest nut, that is cost estimating that we have from VTA based on where they are with the project design. It's the same thing with the Highway 17 overcrossing of the bridge. So and then the smaller projects, the cost estimates are either based on what was in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, or based on, in some instances, the DKS team had cost estimating consultants that worked with them to develop and give their best estimate of the projected future costs. So it's definitely, there's a big cone of uncertainty at this point in these projects and how they're, and what we know about them. And as we, as they move into design, we're able to refine costs, but these are the best planning level estimates that we have for these. So
Okay.
I wanted to get that cleared.
Thank you so much. I don't see any further hands up for questions, so I am going to open public comment and see if we have any cards on this item. I don't. Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak on item number 12? I see a card coming forth.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you.
Yes, just a quick question. As I guess as you discussed TIFs, they're related to improving roads and other things. And my question was, do you also follow things like the dig once policy, where if you have a road dug up, you're putting in appropriate conduit and future planning for expansion and making the facility, putting infrastructure in to run things like fiber and all the other things for future expansion? That was really my question.
So this is public comment time, and we're not really supposed to answer questions.
Okay.
However, I appreciate you wanting to provide some public comment, and I know our town manager takes notes on this item, so it's something that she might address with you, and most likely will, because she's
Yes.
very involved with our community and reaching out. So,
Okay.
she
Yes,
will-
I guess my comment is I would love to urge the town to employ things such as the dig once policy and make sure that things like running fiber and building for the future is done so that we don't dig up the street 2 years after we put in a new street.
Great comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other speaker cards? No, nobody on Zoom. I'm going to close public comment and come back to our council members for comments, a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. First of all, as I look at this, I think this is our 4th meeting about traffic impact fees. So I know that, over the past year, the council has been working on this. There's a variety of things that went into this that are important. We've got first of all, knowing that we're going to be having development, as each development comes forward, we want to make sure that our community has a variety of ways to get around, and the best way for us to improve active transportation or have less congestion is to get these kinds of projects done. And these directly tie to, as we add housing, as we add people, we are going to need to improve our infrastructure in a variety of ways. And so looking at the bike and ped master plan, looking at the general plan, looking at the projects that we knew that we wanted, as a council, we discussed them. And we made some changes and adjusted the fees, but these are the fees that will get us a lot of the way toward these improvements that are going to be absolutely critical to the mobility in our community. When I look at fees that are charged by other communities, if you look at it specifically a traffic impact fee, it might be lower in some communities for a variety of reasons. One, maybe they haven't updated in a long time. We haven't updated ours in a really long time. They might not actually have a bike and ped plan. They might have a different type of community layout. They may not have a bike to school program or safe routes to school. We have these things. We are working to implement it. We know that as projects come forward, they're going to need to help address the traffic issues, and this is one of the ways with which we can address these issues. So, from the beginning, from the first meeting to the second meeting to the study session, we've been largely in favor of this. We've done some tweaking to alleviate some of the financial burden on affordable housing. We've tweaked to make sure that smaller units are paying less, but this is where we landed, and we have all the information in front of us. So I'm happy to have other council members weigh in. Otherwise, I'm ready to make a motion right now. I guess I can make the motion and then people can comment.
Yes.
Okay. So, because we've discussed this at so many meetings, I move that we, A, adopt a resolution to adopt the Transportation Impact Nexus study dated November 2023, including the project list Appendix 1, which serves the town's transportation capital improvement plan in Attachment 1. B, adopt a resolution to update a transportation impact fee to replace the town's existing traffic impact mitigation fee in attachment 2, introduce an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the Town of Los Gatos, an ordinance of the Town of Council, I think there's a typo, an ordinance of the Town of Los Gatos amending the Town Code Section 15, Article 7, traffic impact mitigation fees in attachment 3, and adopt a resolution to modify Town Council Policy 1-08, Transportation Impact Policy. And I make this motion with the idea that this is something the council's been working on. We know we have new projects coming forward. We're well overdue to update this fee. And when I look at other communities, everybody doesn't have parallel fees. There's some communities that have a specific park fee or other fees. So it's really hard to look and see what are all the fees that every community has and where we line up. But this is where we need to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Vice Mayor?
So I had a question, sort of foundational on this. These fees are, am I correct, these have to be spent on capital facilities that are needed to address future service demand from new development. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so are we confident that this list of projects is tied to new development versus improving conditions that exist today?
So I'll contribute what I have, and then we'll talk to the preparer of the Nexus study. But as I read the Nexus study, it did give credit to existing development for having contributed to the town's infrastructure. And so this fee is tied to the impacts generated by new development and the need to support what's identified in the mobility element of the town's general plan.
So things like the signal modernization, the bike and ped master plan, the 17 overcrossing, those are specifically related to new development, not to existing conditions. Is that correct?
All of the town will benefit from those improvements, but as I read the Nexus study, there is a historical level of contribution that's assumed from existing development, and what's included in this fee is what's required from new development. And Aaron, do you have anything to add?
Yes, the nexus we used is really related to the historical level of investment that has been made in the transportation network in the town. And so the proposed fee will therefore fund continued expansion of that network by funding projects that either expand the network or add functionality, such as in the case of, upgraded traffic signal equipment that has additional functionality.
Okay, so from a legal perspective, are we confident that this won't be challenged because some of the projects may not be related to new development, but
we are on solid legal footing, and that's because the improvements are needed in order to meet the demand that's posed by new development on the town's infrastructure.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Councilmember Moore?
Just real quick, I just wanted to comment on the dig one. This is a little bit off topic, but I think the dig once is important. I don't think that's like totally tied up in this, but I think that's just didn't want to leave that on the table before we left this item. I think that's something important, yeah, I hope that's something we're doing.
I'd like to support the motion, but I feel that I need more clarity, because when I read through the Nexus study and when I look at Government Code Section 60016.5, I need to understand the need for these particular capital projects and how they relate to new development, which right now we don't have a whole lot of. I know we're going to get it. But that being said, I would feel more comfortable that the Finance Commission reviews it with the consultant. So, Councilmember Rennie?
I've been resisting, but I wanted to comment on the on the dig once also. We actually so these are major projects, but anytime we redo major redos on our street, we always ask the utilities to do whatever projects they need at the time. We do some that are just crack fills, and we might not do that. But if you do a major redo of the street, we do make sure that the utilities know we're going to do that. And you'll see a lot of times when we're planning to do something, all of a sudden there'll be a bunch of utility work first. So we do that smartly. Even things like we've decided we're going to do a new bike lane that's not there now. The actual striping's pretty darn expensive, so we wait until the next time a street is redone before we do the add a bike lane, for example. So we do think through that. It's been here a long time, and I've seen us do it over and over. I then, back to this project, I asked lots of questions when we first started this about the project list, and we talked about number one, whether that was related to new projects or not, and I came to really believe that it actually is part of new projects, and that the whole list is. So I'm comfortable voting for this now because we've had some pretty thorough discussions on this.
Okay, I will. I'm sorry. Do we have a comment, Councilmember Ristow?
I just wanted to ask, since we've gone through this so many times, I thought we had unanimous council votes on the project list and on doing the Nexus study, and, we had a whole explanation of this. So at each of the 3 meetings, I thought we were unanimously in favor of going here, and this is essentially a formality to accept all this. Is that true?
I believe that what we have put forward to you reflects the direction we were given on those individual votes. I think that was it was in the study session from October.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a comment. I will be supporting the motion, but I wanted to make sure we were on the record about this potential challenge, and I certainly don't have any expertise in this area to question it. If that's the advice, then I think that makes sense that we have employed an expert to help us with this and have come forward. I would like to really have a look at things when we do our capital plan, and while I think we have the best available estimates, what we don't have, I think, is really the best timing and when these things will hit, and these fees, that's the part of the capital plan that I think we really need to be working on, and it may bring back a little different answer in terms of, whether we have enough or whatever. So I'm okay with moving forward on it now, but I think we may have to take another look when we've done some more work on the capital plan.
I would just add the comment that I don't have the expertise either, but I thought it would be helpful to run it by the Finance Commission. The town residents voted overwhelmingly to have a Finance Commission, so I thought it would be helpful, even though, yes, we did do this in a study session, but I can give it more thought, and I thought it would be helpful to defer to the Finance Commission to get their input. So I will call the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Mayor Badami votes no, so it passes 4-1. Councilmember Rennie.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I know we have residents here waiting for item 17, which we're probably going to get to after midnight. I would suggest taking 17 out of order, maybe after 13, just in case there's the residents for 13. But items 14, 15, and 16 are sort of our own discussion. So with keeping residents in mind, I would suggest maybe taking 13 and then 17 and then 14, 15, 16. I'll make that a motion if you want, if you're amenable.
Yeah, you can make a motion, and I think that's very well considered.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Rennie, I will call the question. Vice
Moore?
Mayor?
No, just voting.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. All right, so we'll go to item number 13 only because we have a speaker card, so we have somebody waiting, and from there we'll move to item number 17. Okay, item number 13 is a weed abatement public hearing to consider objections to the proposed abatement of hazardous vegetation weeds for properties listed on our 2024 weed abatement program report. Does staff have a report for us? I see you waiting, Meredith. We're ready for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Meredith Johnston, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. On December 5th, Council passed a resolution declaring certain hazardous vegetation growing in town to be a public nuisance. The resolution included properties where such nuisance exists, and this public hearing was set. Staff recommends the following for Council. Consider objections from property owners for properties listed in Attachment 1 to the requirement that they remove the fire hazardous vegetation debris from property prior to the deadline and order abatement. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Mo and Maddie here from Weed Abatement from Santa Clara County.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, I will open public comment. I do have one speaker card. Colin Corbett.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I moved into my house last year, and I guess my issue here is just one of timing. I fully do intend to go and conform the house and the property to the work that was done. My problem is that I wasn't living at the house when they did the inspection, when they said you're non-conforming, and once we moved in, we did go and clean up all the weeds, but I think what I'd like is, I don't know what the exact term is, whether you call it a redo or a deferral or whatever, but we live in the house, we fully intend to make it conforming, and we did within 5 days of moving into the house. But I think I've just kind of ended up on this list, unfortunately, because we moved a little bit more detail. We bought the house, the previous owners rented back, and then we had to do a bunch of work, and we weren't living at the house when the inspection was done, and once we did, we made it work. So I think this is appeal, or where I get to go and discuss in front of folks, and so that's it. I'll entertain any questions if there are any, or things like that.
Councilmember Moore.
Would you be comfortable sharing your address with the council?
It's 15970 Quail Hill Road.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for sticking with us tonight. Have you presented some evidence that you did the weed abatement? Do you have some evidence, and have you presented that to the town?
No, we had the work done basically, I guess mid-May. Nobody asked me for pictures. There wasn't a thing to get pictures. It was just basically, I got a letter that said, you didn't do it, very nasty language. And I tried calling up and I said, well, I've done this. And they said, you can take it up in January at the next meeting. So I'm here. I didn't realize I had to bring photographic proof, but had I been told, I would have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I have a question for staff, but I can wait until we've taken all the public comment.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, any speaker cards or anybody with hands up on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment and open it up for comments from council members. We have Mo and his assistant here to answer any questions from council members? Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. I do have a question for Mo, so thank you. First of all, can you walk me through, I mean, if I recall correctly, when somebody is out of compliance, either they have the option to get into compliance on their own, which it sounds like this resident did, or the cleanup is done in their build, but there's an inspection fee? Or can you walk through what the consequences are of failing?
Certainly. This property was not on the weed abatement program prior to this year. While inspecting other properties in the area last year, on May 9th, the inspector saw the property. It was significantly overgrown and out of compliance. An ad letter was sent to the property owner. They've not been assessed any fees at this point because we haven't been through this process yet. So at this point, we come so that the person has an opportunity to tell you why they don't think they should be on the program, and you get to rule one way or the other. If they're kept on the program, the property will be inspected by our inspectors after April 15th, and if it passes the inspection, they'll be charged only the inspection fee, which should be $96 this year. If they, excuse me, if they comply for 3 consecutive years, they then will be removed from the program. At the time of the inspection, this property owner did own the property, but wasn't living on the property. One, we have no way of knowing that, and the other is, even if it's a rental property, the owner is still responsible to ensure that it's maintained in a fire-safe condition. Inspections are done from a public right-of-way, so we have not entered anyone's property at this point.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So to me, this seems like I think the rest of the list seems fine, and thank you very much for being here tonight, both. But this seems like a special circumstance to me that I think this individual probably, it seemed like had no idea about any of this and probably moved into a home that was overgrown, fixed it once they moved there. And so I don't think it makes sense I don't think they've shown a history of being out of compliance here. So taking him at his word, I think it would make sense to remove him from the list and move forward with the rest of the properties on the list as is.
Councilmember Rennie?
I can second that.
Okay. No further comments. I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. We will move on to item number 17 on a fence appeal for 124 Garden Hill Drive. And thank you for being so patient. I will look to staff for a report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item before you this evening is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to deny a fence height exception at 124 Garden Hill Drive. The fence height exception request is to allow an unpermitted 6-foot-tall fence on the property at the corner of Garden Hill Drive, which does not comply with the town code height requirements in the front and street side setbacks. The exception request was based on concerns related to privacy and security for their children. On November 8th of 2023, the Planning Commission considered and denied the request for a fence height exception, determining that the findings could not be made. On November 17th, that decision was appealed. Following submittal of the appeal, the property owner hired a professional to prepare a study of the fence and traffic view impacts. Upon discussions with that professional and town staff, the property owner offered an alternative design for the fence with an open view fence as a compromise, as described in Attachment 5. As stated in the written staff report, staff does recommend that the Town Council adopt Resolution 6 to deny the appeal, upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the exception. However, if the Council chooses to proceed with one of the alternatives listed in the staff report, staff will return at a subsequent meeting with an appropriate resolution. But we do ask that the Council put into the record all facts that it uses to make the required findings as noted in the report so that that can be properly documented in the resolution. This concludes staff's presentation, but we would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
I did not have a chance to go out to the property, but I looked at all the pictures. Thank you, staff, for lots of good pictures on this. One thing it looks like to me is this house doesn't have a backyard. It's on a corner, and it looks like you're considering it's basically got two frontages and no backyard. And the reason I ask that is it seems like people should be entitled to have a private area. So the question for staff, is that correct, that this illegal fence is really fencing in a backyard for them and they have no alternative private area?
Thank you for that question. While does appear to be the primary use intended by the property owner, the recent additions to the house were done with full notification from the town about what fencing would or wouldn't be allowed. And so that was part of the choice that was made by the property owner to add onto their house.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thanks. I was out there today, and had some questions about how it applies. So it looked to me like there's about a 20-inch change in elevation as you go around the corner. And so is the issue, the height issue, the same? And the other question was, it seems like it's built on a retaining wall. It is built on a retaining wall. So does that enter into the calculations also?
Thank you for that question. So there are a few different factors here. One factor is that when the planning division is measuring the height of a fence, we look, when there is a different elevation on one side of the fence than the other, we look at whatever the higher elevation is, the more generous height in terms of the allowed fence construction. However, a portion of this fence is within the corner area that has additional restrictions placed on it. So while the planning department is looking at restricting to a 3-foot high fence as measured to the higher of the two elevations, the Public Works Department also looks in terms of the traffic view area, and they measure from the sidewalk or the top of curb. And so they are available to answer questions if we have additional questions for them for what restrictions they would apply in this case.
Vice Mayor?
So my question about the change in elevation wasn't between the front and the back of the fence. It was as the fence follows the terrain going around, and how do you deal with that? Having a fence, does it have to step, or how does that work?
If we're looking at the terrain on the outside of the fence, so that is the area that I believe is involved in the Public Works measurement side of things, in terms of the height that the fence would be allowed, the 3 feet from the curb and the sidewalk. And yes, it would generally need to step, as with any fence height measurement, step with the change in the grade of the ground around it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none.
Through the mayor.
I'm sorry.
All good.
Councilmember Moore, go ahead.
Two quick questions. So one, it looked like there were a number of comments from neighbors, both in person and kind of in writing. It looked like those were across the board supportive. Did we get any negative comments from neighbors?
I don't believe so.
Okay, great, thank you. And then second question, it wasn't totally clear, the kind of compromise solution of the wrought iron, was that proposed in between the Planning Commission and this meeting?
Yes, that is something that in response to the additional research they did, they felt that the additional justification wasn't going to be sufficient, and they chose then to talk with staff and try and find a compromise rather than continuing to move forward asking for what was presented to Planning Commission.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. There were multiple phases to this, and I looked at, at different steps when remodel was done, when discussions of fence height were done. But if you could remind me, as I look through this, was a remodel done that basically took away what would have been the backyard and made the side yard the only living space?
Thank you for that question. Yes, if you look at the approved building permit plans that are included as Exhibit 4 to, I believe it's Attachment 1 to the Planning Commission report, you can see the location of the addition. Technically, we would consider that the side yard, and they still do have included in that plan a rear yard space, though it is not as big as this kind of front yard space that they were enclosing. The existing building encroaches into the required 20-foot rear yard slightly. It's shown as an 18-foot 7 inches. The new addition, as I said, is what we would consider a side yard area.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I was looking at was when the addition was done, it could have been laid out differently, knowing if somebody really took into account that the fence can never be taller than a certain height, it could have been laid out for privacy differently.
That is correct. When you look at the location of the site that is within the required setbacks, the area that was left open that could have been developed, they've developed up to their setback requirements on 3 sides, and they left open this frontage, which we consider the front property line. So
Thank you.
It looks like it's a 45-foot setback instead of the required 25.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I wonder if you could please direct me to the page where the alternative fence is.
I will take a look and see if I can find
It's at the
that.
very end of the packet.
Yeah, I referenced, described in attachment 5. So it will be near the end of your packet, just before the resolution.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to invite the applicant/appellant, which I believe is Rushi Kulkarni. Hi. And you'll have 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks a lot, members of the council. Really appreciate you guys granting me the extension. I know originally this hearing was proposed on December 19th, I believe, and we were in the middle of conducting the traffic study, so had asked for this extension, so really appreciate you guys taking the time. Before we get into my situation, I'll also compliment every one of you for working so hard, and I listened through some of the other interesting issues at the beginning of this discussion, which is frankly my first time attending a town council, and I already feel like motivated, contributing more to Los Gatos going forward. So thanks for that. But just coming into my issue. So I'm the owner of the property. We bought the house in April of 2018. When we bought the house was originally built as a 1958 construction that was a small 1,200 square foot house, which had the same front orientation as the new construction, and the side yard, which some of you have rightly guessed is really the backyard for all practical purposes, was always practically the backyard. We did have a backyard, as planning manager Jennifer pointed out, which was only 8 foot from the house to the usable area. Actually, a little bit more than the 8 foot. It was more close to 12 foot. But when we did the landscaping in the old house, before we did any of this remodel, we always configured our house with the idea that the side yard was always going to be the backyard. As a point of consideration, we already had a 6-foot fence, which was set back roughly 6 feet from the property line, all along the side yard, and then curving up into the front, because it was always used as a backyard. So when we decided the plan with the architect to completely remodel the house and build it, we had 2 children, 2 boys, 3 and 6 years old. So as we were expanding the family, we needed more space. It was only that time that, as a somewhat ill-informed average owner of a home, I found out that the actual orientation of our lot on city records is weird, whereby the side is in fact facing the north, is considered the front of the house, and which is the true constructed front of the house is in fact the side of the house. So now my choices were either do a full tear down, plow out the whole lot, and completely change the orientation of the house to match the property front and incur $200,000-$300,000 more in construction costs, because a new construction costs way more than a remodel, as you guys know, and not utilize the foundation that existed, or make use of the existing foundation and expand where logically I could go and get the space I needed, and then utilize the rest of the lot to configure the outdoors. So with that in mind, the architect's recommendation was keep the side yard and convert it into your backyard and try to get, the fence, and then we'll work on the exception with the city. Presumably, you have a valid ground to ask for security for your children, privacy for your backyard, your neighbors are supportive. So let's try to work through that angle. So we focused on the iterative process of construction, took the idea of building the house first, got that done, got that permitted, and then we submitted the outdoor plan, which, as planning manager Jennifer rightly pointed out, did not have the original submission around the fence, because part of the fence was going to be a replacement of the existing fence around the front of the house, which we did set back a little bit further. So original fence was 6 feet inside, we put it to 4.5 feet, so substantially the same. And then along the side triangle corner, recognizing it's a traffic triangle, we did submit a outdoor plan, landscaping plan that was approved by permit. That would be a 3-foot fence. That's how we built it. That's how the site inspectors, Bobby D. Herrera and Eric Christensen approved it. And that time the front fence and the side fence were all part of the plan, 6 foot on the front and 3 foot on the side. That was approved. We got the signed permit, occupancy certificate, everything. Once we started living there, we started having coyote sightings, my kids getting growled at by coyotes while they were playing at 5 p.m. in the evening in broad daylight, and also lots of people accessing the trailhead to Vasuna Park, kind of seeing our backyard and seeing us, barbecue in the backyard, so started to infringe on the privacy. So we erected a bamboo fence as a temporary solution to get some privacy, and then we got a citation from the city, at which point we went through the process of what Jennifer described around the request for the exception, which was rejected by the Planning Commission. And then after the back and forth with the traffic study, which in fact provided that if you had pulled the corner side, only about a 1.5 foot or 5 feet or so inside could service that need, but ultimately Mike Brown from the city still had concerns around the safety of pedestrians and so on. So recognizing all that made the point that we would work in favor of a compromise solution, which is what I presented there, which hopefully I'll answer in questions.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see if you have questions, and you do, so you can continue to talk after Vice Mayor asks a question.
Sure.
So the proposal for the corner fence, which I see as item B, you say you would remove the bamboo fence and then build a see-through fence with iron bars. Is that what's in your photograph?
Yeah, that's correct.
How high would that be?
So the existing wooden fence is 3 feet, and then I would put an iron bar see-through fence that would be another 3 feet to create a 6 foot total height.
And then the blocks are, how big are they from the ground?
3 foot. The
So
solid wood fence, you mean?
No, the concrete blocks.
The retaining wall?
Yeah, the retaining wall.
The retaining wall is, I would say, probably 6 inches at that level.
It looked like it was quite a bit more than that at places.
It's I would say, because, as you rightly pointed out, that lot elevates like that, I would say it starts at probably somewhere in the 18 inches range and then tapers off to 6 inches by the time you come all the way.
Okay, so it's 18 inches plus 3 feet plus 3 feet.
That'd be right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also point out that originally the lot was already higher because it had a lot of soil. So when we did the remodel, we dug out quite a bit to level it with the street, and therefore built the retaining wall to retain the soil inside the lot, so effectively kind of creating the same aesthetics as before, but with the help of the retaining wall. So it's kind of comparable to the old situation.
Councilmember Rennie?
So the compromise with see-through wrought iron fence probably solves your coyote concern, but it doesn't really solve your privacy concern. So that's why it's a compromise. You feel at least your kids won't jump over the fence and play with the coyotes, but people could still look in.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately true, yes. I mean, ideally, if I had it my way, I would have the solid fence for privacy and for security, but I also appreciate, and I want to be constructive and do the right thing, so I'm not trying to push for something that's going to be very difficult, but if the council is accommodating, that would be the ideal solution, of course.
Thanks.
Any further questions from council members? Seeing none, you could probably hang tight for just a moment because now I have to open it up for public comment, and I don't have any speaker cards. No one's coming forward. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to provide comment?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment, and now you have the opportunity to speak for another 3 minutes if you wish to take advantage of that.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Well, I would just say that, first of all, I want to thank the Planning Commission members and planning team members. Jennifer and Ryan have been very constructive. I originally came in the first appeal to the Planning Commission. The argument was because it's Garden Hill Drive that curves into Garden Hill Drive and keeps Garden Hill Drive. My original interpretation of Ordinance 30 around the traffic side triangle was that perhaps since this is a through street and there is no opposing traffic that you really need to have visibility of because it's on the other side, one could argue that this, on the side of Garden Hill where my house belongs, may not really be qualified as a corner lot. And so I came with that point of view. Sounded like that was very contentious, so it didn't go too far, and Planning Commission rejected that. So I then went and had a very constructive and helpful conversation with Jennifer and Ryan, who were very supportive of finding a way that could, bring me forward. And they suggested that they would need some evidence, with a third-party traffic study or such that would provide some corroboration that, indeed, it's not obstructing the site for traffic visibility. So I hired this third-party firm, Sandis, and then Nate Levine, their traffic engineer, worked extensively with Mike Pernon. And in their mutual conversations, while Nate's recommendation was that pulling the corner side of the fence 5 feet and 6 inches inside would solve the site issue, and you won't need all the way to the 30-foot setback. Mike's ultimate concern remained that, what if there were cars parked and little kids were trying to cross over to go to the cul-de-sac and things of that sort. So he suggested that he would need additional evidence to conclude, and perhaps additional steps like putting a stop sign there and no parking signs in front of our house and so on, to really ultimately even have a point of view on full safety. So seeing all the difficulty in the conversations, I just felt that I needed to change course and take Route 2, which has some chance of success. So I went with the alternative in consultation with Jennifer and Ryan, which felt like the Public Works Department was feeling a bit more comfortable around having a see-through fence and enabling that. Ultimately, obviously the neighbors, people we love, their kids come and play in our backyard. They are highly supportive of enabling us to sort of have our backyard. So they wrote letters of support and so on. But again, I'll just say that I want to be a good citizen. I want to do what the council thinks is right, and I want to be responsible for public safety, so do the right thing for the town. So that's all.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any questions for Mr. Kulkarni? See none. I'm going to close public comment because you're actually part of public comment, and you can be seated now.
Thank you.
And with that, council, I'm going to look to my fellow council members. Councilmember Ristow for a comment.
Well, first of all, for disclosures, I was at the site today, looking at it, also looking at the neighborhood. I appreciate that, you've done all this work to try to find a compromise. I think one of the problems I have sometimes with the fences is we did update our fence ordinance, and part of it was not to have big, giant barricades. We have a lot of non-compliant fences in town, and I think we're trying to get to a place where, we don't have these big, tall fences. I can understand the desire for security. I think a corner lot presents a difficult situation. And I think we've got two different fence issues. One is the side fence, which is considered too tall, and then the other is the corner location. My inclination is I would really like to move to a place where we don't have big, tall barriers. As people are walking down a sidewalk, it's very unfriendly to just have a wall next to you. I did walk and bike through the area, and, I don't like to generally encourage that. I also can understand that on a corner that there might be more difficulty in terms of setting up a yard. So, I'm not necessarily inclined to overturn the Planning Commission. I might be interested in sending this back to the Planning Commission to reconsider the compromise solution with the, see-through fence. I did note some other neighbors that have tall fences, but they're wrought iron the whole height. So you've got the safety issue. You do lose some privacy, but there are options for plantings or other things. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I'm very curious to hear what other council members think.
Moore?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I actually do think this is a pretty special circumstance. I'm familiar with the property. I've visited the property. And I actually think that the alternative one, which is, as in the staff report of the wrought iron on top of the 3-foot fence, makes sense to me. I think that is a good faith compromise. I think it kind of accomplishes a lot of what we're trying to do, and I do think it addresses a lot of the traffic safety concerns. And I'd be amenable to sending it back to Planning Commission, but I don't know that we need to continue ping-ponging the applicant here. So yeah, I'm generally supportive of alternative one of just granting the appeal.
Planning Commission meetings can also go pretty long. This is a heads up. Councilmember Rennie?
Question for staff. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the part that's not legal or not approved is where the bamboo is? Because you got a tall fence that then starts with bamboo, and you approved something, and I'm thinking you approved all of the gray fence but not the bamboo. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. In fact, when you look at the approved building permit plans, it does not show any fencing above 3 foot in height within the required front yard setback. So there are actually two components as described in the staff report. Here we've got the solid wood fence that is along the property line that then comes to the corner, and it's at the corner that you have the 3-foot fence with the bamboo above it. So there are actually two components. The full height solid fence is not within the corner site triangle, and so it is not as much of concern as the bamboo. But both of those would require an exception. Had they placed the straight part of the fence a slightly different location, or worked with staff, we might have been able to consider it replacement in kind, but it is a little bit off from complying with that.
Okay, I'll just comment that I kind of agree with Councilmember Moore's comments that I think it is reasonable to go with the compromise for the bamboo section.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
So we've been talking about a 3-foot fence. Looks like it's sitting on top of a 2-foot retaining wall. Do we start measuring from the top of the retaining wall, or do we start measuring from grade?
I'll actually defer to Parks and Public Works, but my understanding is that it would need to be measured from the sidewalk or curb.
Good evening, Gary Heepa with Public Works. Yes, the measurement would be from the adjacent sidewalk elevation.
And so that's about, it looked to me like, I didn't have a tape measure, but it looked like it was about 2 feet for the majority of it, and then it tapers down to maybe 6 or 8 inches.
That's my understanding as well. It varies from the height of the sidewalk with the retaining wall, with the fence on top of it. It appears to be higher than 3 feet.
Right.
Again, we're most concerned with the site triangle. Outside the site triangle, we're less concerned with the height of the fence. That becomes then a planning issue.
My comment is that in looking at it, I really don't think that it complies with the with our fence ordinance or with the intent, and I do think that it stands out from all the other fences in the immediate neighborhood. We try to use, when we talk about immediate neighborhood, we often use the term 225, a little different on a corner, 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and then 5 across. There's a little bit different calculation on a corner because we've tried to make some objective view of what that looks like. And so it does look to me to be very different from the other fences that I saw there. I think the idea of wrought iron is okay, but I think that going that full 3 feet plus 3 feet plus 2 feet, that's 8 feet, and I think that's out of place. So while I like the idea of the wrought iron, I would be more in favor of something that was like, again, measuring from grade or measuring from the sidewalk, something that in total was 6 feet. That's still an exception from the 3 feet that we require, but I think the 6 feet total would be more, so that would be a smaller wrought iron on the top, I think, to achieve that. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Councilmember Risdow.
Thank you. That does bring up a question. If we're talking about for the corner site triangle and wanting the fence to be 3 feet or less, does that mean that the lower fence, which is solid and is 3 feet on top of a retaining wall, exceeds what we would permit?
Yes, thank you for that question. That is my understanding. Again, we were looking at an alternative, a compromise in between the two different meetings. We've taken a look at it as best we can. I'm not sure if we've fully evaluated the option yet, but what we would like, if council's interested in moving forward this evening, is to craft some kind of condition that would say that the site triangle has to be maintained in such a manner that there's no vertical obstruction higher than 3 feet within that site triangle. So if they needed to cut down that fence to a certain point, that would be one option. The other option would be to remove the wooden portion of the fence and put the wrought iron directly on the retaining wall section, at least within that site triangle. You'd have consistent wood fence material, and then you'd also provide that visibility for that site triangle.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's what I'm concerned about. If we grant an exception and it doesn't actually fit with what's required, then we've still got a circle here. I'm almost thinking we need to make sure that whatever option goes forward meets with our requirements for the site triangle, which might mean that a wrought iron fence on top of the existing wooden fence does not.
But I would just say that maybe the full 3 feet of wrought iron doesn't meet, but maybe 18 inches would be more in keeping, is my thought on it. So my thinking was, you've got 2 feet of retaining wall, 3 feet of wood fence that exists, and then 18 inches of wrought iron on top of that.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just say that, we're getting a little bit into designing from the dais, which sometimes doesn't work well. And I say that because when I look at the aesthetics of this, right, I don't want us to make something that's going to look really stupid. If you don't let the wrought iron go to the top of the other fence, what's that going to look like when you start part way down? And the other thing is, I'm pretty sure when I look at this picture that the bamboo height is the same but the distance from the top of the bamboo to the fence is changing with the wall. And in other words, the bamboo might be 3 feet here, but it's actually 4 feet by the time it gets to the corner where the wall is dropped. There's one picture in here that shows of the corner, and if you look across the top of the bamboo at the roof line, you can see it's not changing. The bamboo's following the roof line. So whoever built the bamboo, I think, did a good job of making it parallel with the earth, basically. And it looks decent like that. I just worry about us legislating something that's going to look retarded.
Councilmember Ristow?
I guess my concern is not, I see where Councilmember Hudes is going. My concern isn't necessarily the total height, it's the total visibility, which means that if we've got an opaque, absolutely not see-through retaining wall and a not see-through fence, that is not supposed to exceed 3 feet. And so changing the height of the wrought iron doesn't really address that problem. And these are the reasons why I'm thinking we should say, okay, we have new information, there's a possible compromise, let the Planning Commission hash it out with input from, I hate to send you back to the Planning Commission, but I just feel like we're not going to be able to address it here. And I think Parks and Public Works needs to come back and say what the height of something that is not able to be seen through can be. And then if it makes sense to put wrought iron on top of there for safety and if for aesthetics sake it makes sense to have it be the same height as the other fence, leave that to the Planning Commission, which is supposed to get into the weeds on some of these things.
Councilmember Ristow, would you like to make that into a motion?
I would. I think we have, except I have to make sure I'm on the right page. Do I have words for that? I would move, and then I'll ask staff to refer me to exactly the right words, but I would move to remand this back to the Planning Commission with findings that the applicant is willing to try to come up with a compromise that would allow for the corner sight line to be visible, but for the Planning Commission to determine what should happen with the lower part of the fence and, how we can accommodate our safety regulations and yet perhaps accommodate a compromise in this situation.
Can I make a friendly amendment that you add the wording that there was no error or abuse on the Planning Commission, but that this is based on new information?
Exactly. I'll take those words, the new information being that the applicant has come up with a potential compromise. Are there any other words I need to have in there, Ms. Armour?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we would recommend that you actually continue to a date certain with direction that staff prepare a resolution with those details for your adoption.
And that resolution for our adoption would then send it back to the Planning Commission?
Correct, based on the details that you've just provided so that we can put together those findings.
Okay. And do we have to define the date certain at this point?
Yes, I would recommend your next meeting, which is February 6th.
Okay. So to come back on February 6th.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Yeah, I'll second it and just make a comment that I know it seems like ping-ponging, but there's a reason that we really want people to bring their best information to the Planning Commission and not bring new information to the council, and that just totally takes our Planning Commission out of the important role that they play. Everyone would just, do that and bring new information, skip the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission's more expert in these things. So that's a reason why it's going to add some extra time, but I would be supportive of that.
All right, with that, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next order of business is going back to item number 14, which is to receive information provided in the police services report. We have Chief Field ready to give us a report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Field, Chief of Police for Los Gatos Montesrino Police Department. And before I begin the slide deck this evening, I would like to share and express my admiration and appreciation for the diligence, the mental fortitude, and the compassion that the men and women of the police department led a homicide investigation over this past week. While the loss of life is certainly sad and senseless, we're hopeful that that investigation will provide some level of closure to the family and to the community that knew her. And we, of course, offer our deepest condolences to all of them. So with that, I would like to move on to the slide deck. If we could go ahead and bring that up, please. And the slide deck follows the same path of the staff report that you have in front of you. And I'll go ahead and go over that here in a moment. Okay, so this the police report out, the biannual police report out, will provide an overview of the themes and trends over the last 6 months, as well as providing an update or a status update of where the police department is currently at. Are we okay to proceed? Okay, if you could go back to the last slide, I'm sorry. In the last 6 months, this provides you just an overview. We have hired 1 police officer. We had 2 trainees in the academy. One is actually about to graduate January 25th and doing very well as the other one who's set to graduate in March. And I'll provide some good news, just early news, but this Thursday we have our final dispatcher, our 8th dispatcher that will be joining us. That will leave us with 2 in training. So that's getting us to a much better position than years past. So some positive news there. We still have some overtime that's occurring, as you can see up there. A lot of that's due to training and police officer status. Well, as you saw in the staff report, we are still really focused on trying to make some really good strides on hiring efforts as well. Next slide, please. The onboarding costs for sworn staff specifically can be quite costly. So I wanted to at least provide an overview of what those costs go into the background investigation, assuring that we are meeting all the standard requirements, and then also outfitting both the uniform and the equipment that goes with those individuals. The training cost as well for a new trainee to go through an academy comes through the temp hours, and the academy tuition is exhibited up there on this screen. Hence, us really trying to focus on laterals, but it's nice to have a balance between the two. Next slide. The project and audits, there's been quite a few projects over the last 6 months under technology and equipment while we try to maintain a very progressive and innovative police department. There's at least almost all of the technology and equipment that is listed there has been completed and is being implemented, with just a couple items remaining. So we're making some really excellent strides there. For the audits, I thought that would be important to provide that because there is frequently a lot of concern surrounding transparency and accountability. And law enforcement faces quite a bit of auditing processes. Some of that's due to more recent legislation, unfunded mandates, including RIPA and CYBERS, which we have talked about in the past, and I'll speak further to in a moment. Next slide, please. Over the last 6 months, we have done quite a focus on our evidence and property. So we know that accuracy and security and following proper protocols and procedures surrounding evidence really can help represent a case well, represent victims well, and prosecution. Thanks to hard work of Parks and Public Works, that we have a new evidence warehouse down at the Corp Yard is quite significant in size. And in that transition, we had to move 32,000 pieces of evidence, which you see there on the left, into that new evidence warehouse. That allowed us an opportunity to do an evidence audit, which is still in that process, and also to look for better efficiencies and to slim down potentially some of the footprint that we had as well. That has also allowed us opportunity to go through the footprint of evidence that we have at our police operations building with our continued focus on creating more space over there, and we were able to actually create some space for our traffic sergeant to now be located over there. Next slide, please. The Integral Wellness Program, I want to spend a moment on. Well, we frequently speak about the wellness plan outward focused. There's an important component to also look within, especially given the nature of work that we do. So we have our chaplains. The chaplains ride along with the officers and spend time with professional staff as well. We actually had our chaplain with us today helping the community. We have the Canine Therapy Dog Program, which we're all familiar with, both JJ and Gary, as pictured up there on the screen. And we also hosted an inaugural wellness symposium here in town. It was offered to all public safety throughout the county, and we had about 150 people attend earlier this year. That was hosted at the Calvary Church. Through the assistance of HR, Human Resources, we also have an employee assistant program that has a branch to it that offers public safety competent therapy as well. And then the other one that I would also like to highlight is the Recognition Luncheon, and that was sponsored by the Police Foundation this year. But it's an opportunity for us to recognize the good work that's done and to provide value, recognition, and appreciation to many cases that a lot of our staff has worked, and also to acknowledge some of the partnerships within the community. So it was a wonderful event. And next slide, please. The Racial Identity Profile Act, that's been in existence for some time. We are taking part in that and compliant with assuring that we are documenting the perceived data of any stops. And while I sit on the California Police Chiefs Board of Directors, there is efforts being made and an investment now with a consultant to put together some technology to be able to provide a database to our local elected officials to be able to see a dashboard of what our specific RIPA input is. And so we hope for that to be available in 2025. So that is forthcoming. This is just drawing some raw data out of our databases. Next slide, please. Traffic enforcement and case reports remain quite similar to same time frame of 2022. You will see that our traffic stops and citations actually increased a slight bit. That might be a result of training and really encouraging getting in some additional reps. Next slide. Our calls for service continue to model very similarly to 2022 as well, including the call center analytics, as you can see up there. With the call center analytics include both incoming and outgoing calls, and also our dispatchers are answering within a very swift time frame. Next slide, please. Flock safety, we had talked about that during the last police report out, and what I want to highlight here on the slide is the lower right-hand box that says external organizations with access. That was approval, and thank you for that approval during our last this last opportunity to meet with everyone. And up there it lists the agencies that now have the ability to search within our database as well. And that's consistent with what council's approval was to stay within the county. And that's allowed for us to really collaborate a lot more on many cases. Next slide, please. I speak about frequently the shared responsibility and the partnerships, and we are a community policing agency. We have really embodied that and embraced that in many different ways. This case that I spoke to earlier tonight is another example of that the community working with us in partnership was instrumental in where we were able to get to in a short period of time. So we thank them for that. Additionally, I want to highlight the volunteer groups, DART and CERT specifically. They were just force multipliers for us again this year for Halloween, the tree lighting, and the Christmas parade. So our volunteers are just a wonderful asset to us, and we appreciate them greatly. And next slide, please. And finally, this evening we are presenting before you a request for authorization for the town manager to enter into an agreement with an organizational assessment company, Meliora, a public safety consulting company, to provide a organizational assessment through that third party and really provide a unbiased roadmap in a way, similar to what I've referenced as the Dixon study provided us that robust roadmap, and takes a good hard look at both our data analytics of the last 3 years, provides us a toolkit of which we can also continue to input our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch information, and our report management system information as well, and to take a look at our last 3 years and continue to put in years in the future. So we will be left with that toolkit. Additionally, what will do for us is to provide an assessment of both the services, standards of coverage, our policing model, and our organizational structure for both Los Gatos and Montessorino, and that they will be able to provide that to us in an estimated 6-month time frame. I think that this is a wonderful time to be able to take part in this as we move forward to the CIP for the spatial assessment in the fall. So I think that it's very crucial, and I would recommend moving forward on this so that we know really what we are looking to put into the space that we are working with before doing that spatial assessment, and to provide the council and the community with the opportunity to provide input on what that design may be. And this, the organizational assessment will provide a community meeting. We'll meet with stakeholders within the town, and we'll meet with staff within the police department as well, in addition to that data analytics. And next slide. That concludes my presentation this evening. I'm happy to expand or answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Chief Field, for a very thorough report. Your leadership continues to overcome challenges and has fostered positive relationships within our community. So I thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you for the report. Good report. One challenge I was curious about, I see we're still at 5 officers on leave, which puts lots of stress on the department. Are these the same 5, or is it a rotating? I recall 5 from a year, or maybe even more than a year ago. It seems like we're not catching up. And do we expect to ever catch up, or is this sort of standard that we'll have 12% of our force on injured reserve?
My hope is that we will be able to make those numbers much smaller. Those are protected leaves, and so there is a lot of labor laws that go along with those processes that are that extend them certainly longer than is comfortable. Anything?
Yeah, I know it's difficult, but it's definitely putting a stress on our department, and I was hoping that it would be smaller numbers by now, and was kind of disappointed to see it still at 5.
Yeah, and we can't obviously go into too much detail, but some of the individuals are the same and others are different. So it's a combination.
Okay, any further questions from council members? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. First, since the last one of these, I had the opportunity to go on a ride along with one of your corporals, and it's just evident you're doing a really, really stellar job with the department. I was really impressed with the whole force, how they all interacted together, and the way, I got to see a few different interactions, and I was just super, super impressed the whole way around. So thank you for all that you're doing. a couple different questions. So one, I saw at the beginning of the staff report that it cost $70,000 to put someone through the academy. That is, I couldn't believe how much money that was. Is there any sort of requirement or any kind of leverage we have to ensure that if we pay for someone to go through the academy that they stick with us? I know there's probably not, but is that a conversation?
So legislation or legal challenges have been brought forward that doesn't allow that any further. So that used to be something that was in place. We can't do that anymore. But I can tell you that in the process, the onboarding process, the background process, the many interviews and layers at which an individual goes through before even being offered a job, there's a lot of questions, including in the chief's interview, understanding the fit and why that individual wants to be here and what they bring, not just to the organization, but to the community. And in doing that, we're also assessing really that runway that they may have with the town. And because of what I always tell them, and had a conversation with a upcoming trainee today, and their success is truly our success. So we make sure that they understand that we are here for them, but we're investing in them as well. So we do have 2 additional trainees that will be beginning an academy in end of this month. And then we are staggering it, as it mentioned in the staff report, with hopefully to have another 2 in April, I believe. So you can imagine the cost that does incur. It's a front-end cost because that's not something that we have to continue to invest in once we do get the department or the sworn side into a similar position of what we now see dispatch in. So it is a significant cost up front. We're doing what we can to try and attract laterals because, as you can imagine, that doesn't come with that cost.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And another question, if that's all right. So then on the organizational assessment, that seems like a good idea. I appreciate you bringing that in front of us tonight. Can you say a little bit more about how that organizational assessment will kind of lead into the spatial assessment? Because I know, when I went on the ride along, that was a big kind of topic of conversation, walking through the POB, seeing, I think, again, it's a smart move. The jail space is really underutilized. It sounds like we've never really used that space, and so can you talk a little bit about how those will kind of lead into each other?
Thank you for the question. Taking a look at the organizational configuration is going to be critical because that helps us know the number of sworn staff, or not necessarily know, but provides us some real critical data of sworn staff with best practices, models, and this is a company that's been doing it for quite some time and worked with a lot of other agencies, both in California and along the West Coast. So we can take that information and then look at numbers and what is the work that these individuals need to be doing to understand the space that they need. Hence why we're also taking a look at our evidence footprint over there at the Police Operations Building. We want to have a very good understanding of really what we're trying to fit into that building, not just for now in our current model, but also as the town, we heard earlier tonight, the expansion of the town, the growing of the town. So we want to be very forward-thinking in this and developing a police department structurally that can fit the staff that is needed and the roles that they're needed and with the equipment that they need in that building. And so we want to make sure that we have that information to be able to provide to the spatial assessment company to take that information in as they're looking at that building and not just look at now and the structure that we're working with now, but what will it be in 5 years, in 10 years? We've been in this building since 2010, and it's just from a project management, communication, consistency standpoint, we're just seeing more and more breakdown from it. So I think we'll offer that opportunity. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We're getting really close to midnight, so I think I'm going to need a motion to continue. Vice Mayor?
Move to continue to 12:15.
Second.
Okay. Call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Vice Mayor?
Question, and thank you again for your efforts and for our officers' efforts, particularly in dealing with this a really horrible situation with our resident, Ms. Yu. And I know it takes a toll on the family, but also on our public safety folks. I wanted to ask, so that we're doing this organizational assessment, and one of the things that, sometimes these things are, done by someone who's not an employee themselves. And so it does seem that there may be some value in moving from the outside report to more of employee-led improvement activities. And so I just wanted to ask, do we have any structured programs now for continuous improvement, total quality management, employee-led brainstorming and root cause analysis, that type of thing, that maybe if we don't, maybe this would be a good time to boost that from this organizational assessment?
With the police department currently operating with about 25% reduced staffing from our sworn side, we're just really trying to maintain our core services. We've had to reduce traffic enforcement and really had to use some of our parking enforcement, community service officers, reserve officers in order to augment some of the services that we continue to provide. And in doing so and being able to still maintain our response times, some of that discretionary time that I've spoken to in the past where we can get out there and do that community engagement has also been reduced. So our ability to do some of that focus on efficiencies is limited. However, the evidence component of it, I will tell you that it's very, very impressive what they have done there. So that has been quite helpful, I think, in many ways. We continue to focus on policies and policy improvement. And when you saw the technology updates, a lot of that is also going in the direction of what you're mentioning. We're working on actually doing an update to some of the software and technology that's in the dispatch center that will allow us to incorporate some of that. But additionally, with taking in some of these unfunded mandates, it adds on just additional layers like the CCW program.
Yeah, thank you. I understand, and it does seem like maybe with this assessment, there's ability to develop some sort of baselines, and then, the experience is that if the officers, the employees themselves are engaged in this, they come up with brilliant ideas that outside consultants never can, and it also empowers them and gives them satisfaction in seeing some of those things implemented. So I think there's a lot of value in moving that way with even very, very limited time. I know that the police department's all about metrics, and this is a way to make some of the folks involved in what are those metrics that they would think would actually, lead to some improvements. So I would just encourage maybe to use that organizational assessment time to jumpstart some of the other employee-led activities.
So if I could add to that, we actually have our first department meeting in 5 years coming up February 5th. And that is actually one of the topics of conversation, because as part of this organizational assessment, there will be meetings with staff within the organization as well, and they will be doing focus groups with that staff. So we actually have boxes, one in dispatch and one over at the police operations building, to tease out thoughts and interests and ideas to move towards some of what you were mentioning.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could hold our comments, I think we've got our questions answered for now. I'd like to open public comment and invite Lee Fago to the podium, and thank you for staying so late.
Well, thank you all for what you do for our community. And Chief, you and your department have done a superb job of providing not just a sense of safety, but a sense of community, and truly appreciate it. I kind of miss coffee with a cop. I haven't been able do that for a while. But thoughts there. I'm speaking tonight as a long-term citizen in the town. I'm not representing any group. And speaking about public safety. The governor, I think, just announced that they're not going to enforce speed limits within 11 miles per hour of the posted speed, that it isn't necessary to give citations for going up to 11 miles an hour over the speed limit. Hopefully, our police department is not going to follow that kind of, I can't think of a nice word to say, that kind of stupid recommendation from the governor. The other concern is noise with vehicles going up and down Los Gatos Boulevard, Camellia Terrace, which is right behind the facility, police facility. The noise level is pretty bad, and it's offset by quiet electric bicycles. However, the kids on those bicycles are not wearing helmets, and I've seen them towing other vehicles behind them. And I think that is an area where some further enforcement would be very helpful for the safety of those youth who are not abiding by common sense rules of being on those electric bikes. Going back to the noise, I've spoken with the chief that the police vehicles and the officers do not have decimeters for measuring sound, but I think that may be a new revenue source for the town, because if it is a local town ordinance on how far away from a noise source the decibels are, that would be an opportunity for a fine, and that would be a way for the town to make some money and offset the cost for those decimeters that the police would have on their vehicles to be able to keep the noise level of the vehicles screeching up and down Los Gatos Boulevard 24 hours a day. So with that, again, I want to say thank you. Really appreciate all that you're doing. And consistently, every officer that I've seen is working and engaging with townsfolk. It's really nice. So thank you. Keep it up. And for all of you, I'm going to stop now. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fagot? Seeing none. Okay. I am going to look to see if we have anybody on Zoom that would like to comment on this item.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right. I have one more speaker card, and that's Michael Silva. Please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I wasn't sure, but I do have one issue. I've lived in town since 1969 and been a business owner and whatnot. Presently, I live in the Ivy House, and I've been there since 2001. If you don't know where that house is, I'm 4 houses north of Blossom Hill and North Santa Cruz Avenue on the left-hand side. During the summer and in the spring, the whole front of the house is covered in ivy. You can't see anything. It was built in 1900. The issue is that it's a real dangerous intersection. And it travels from there all the way to Highway 9. So it comes from Dave's Avenue, 17 if you're heading south, all the way to Highway 9. The speed limit changes from 35 to 25 in front of my house, and then all the way through. Well, they're going way over 25 miles an hour. In fact, it looks like they're racing to get from Dave's Avenue through the stoplight before it changes. So it's 40, 45. It's dangerous. The bus stops right across the street from the house. The biggest issue is a particular motorcycle organization that you can clock each day of the week, especially during the summer times, and the time of the day. They come from Campbell, they come into town, straight to the house, they make a big loop. For a long time, they go up to Los Gatos Boulevard and come back through the town, come to the stop sign, heading north, and there's anywhere from 30 to 100 of these motorcycles that are there, just wrapping it. I'm a motorcycle rider. I got a Harley, okay? And I'm part of the American Legion Riders, Patriot Guard, so forth. American Legion. They're doing wheelies across this thing, all the way north going to Campbell. I've made 3 different phone calls. I can mark it by the hour what time they do this. It's always on a Wednesday. It's really dangerous. They're laughing, they're going crazy. They're doing 50, 60 plus miles an hour out of town. In fact, most of the cars, that once they get to that cross intersection, if they're going north, as soon as they get through that, halfway through the intersection, they just gun it. It's dangerous for people. We have houses there. We try to get out. Oh my God, you know. And now that we don't have all the lanes that we used to have, even me trying to get into the house, I make a left-hand turn in there. I got 3 seconds. So I just wondered if you keep an eye on that and see if something can be done about it to stop these people from doing this stuff.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sure Chief Field has been taking notes. I don't see any hands up for questions, but thank you for staying late and providing your input.
Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you.
Good.
Any hands on Zoom at this point?
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, no speaker cards. I'm going to close public comment and look to council for comments or a motion, still mindful of the fact that it's 5 after 12 and we got a 10-minute extension. Councilmember Moore.
I do just have one other quick question about the CCWs. If we've seen, I know that was kind of a big topic of conversation last time. Have we seen a big uptick, or do you have numbers on how many CCW permits we've issued or that are in the pipeline?
We've seen a number of applications. I don't have the exact number. We take applications for both Los Gatos and Montessorino. As of today, I have not issued any CCWs.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Member Rennie?
Shall I make a motion to move us along here? I'll make a motion to receive the information provided and authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with Meloria Public Safety Consulting to conduct an organizational assessment and develop a data analysis toolkit in an amount not to exceed $80,000 and approve an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $80,000 from the available general fund capital special projects reserve.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I will happily second that.
Okay, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, we still have a little bit of time. Thank you. Item number 15 and item number 16. Let's start with 15 and see if we can get through this.
Good evening, Council. This item pertains to the town's Building Board of Appeals. This came up because a member asked whether he could serve on more than one board. And in the course of doing that research, we determined that the building code does authorize the town council to assume the duties of the Building Board of Appeals if the town council wants to do that. And so this item is coming before the council to get feedback from the council on whether the council would like to retain the existing Building Board of Appeals or to assume the duties of that. And a description of duties would be anytime there's an appeal of a determination made by the building official. And so, for instance, that would be there's like fire separation requirements required between buildings, and the building official is empowered to approve modifications to those separation standards. And so if someone was not happy with the proposed modification, they would appeal that decision to either the Building Board of Appeals or the Town Council. And I wanted to add that the town's building official is available online if the council would like to ask questions of Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Just wanted to ask if if we have a full Building Board of Appeals right now, and historically, if we ever really have.
If I remember correctly, currently we have one member on the 2-member board, and I think that has been common historically as well.
And so just to follow on, so if there was a building appeal, would it have to come to the council anyway in its current form?
Currently, it would, unless that position gets filled.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I will open public comment. I have no speaker cards. Anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Right, I will close public comment and look to council for comments or a motion. Councilmember Estow.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate the work staff did looking into this. I think the initial question came about because there was a member of the Building Board of Appeal who was basically not really being able to contribute very much because, one, we can't fill the board, and two, I mean, as pointed out in the report, this board was established in 1991 and there hasn't been an appeal in the entire time. So, you know, I think given that our residents want to, you know, apply to commissions so that they can, you know, work productively for the town, this board doesn't really seem like an opportunity for somebody to actually be able to contribute constructively, and people might be more interested in serving elsewhere. Given the lack of appeals, I don't think this would be a huge burden for the council. So I would actually like to make a motion if we want to move forward. So I would move that we designate the town council as the Building Board of Appeal and disband the existing commission or board.
And if that receives a motion and a positive vote, a resolution will return to the town council.
Dissolving the commission and or the board
duties,
and bringing
yes.
back. Okay.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. I'll probably need another motion to move on to item number 16, because I think we'll go past 12:15, but I don't see it going very late. Vice Mayor Gatos.
Go 12:30, but hopefully we'll get it wrapped before then.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, so now we move to item number 16, our last one, and that's to provide direction regarding potential amendments to the Historic Preservation Committee ordinance and enabling resolution. I look to staff for a report.
Yes, so this item came before the council because currently 2 members of the Planning Commission are appointed to serve on the town's Historic Preservation Committee. And this creates an issue in that the Planning Commission also hears appeals of decisions made by the Historic Preservation Committee. And so it implicates 2 legal issues. The first is the incompatible offices statute that provides that the same person can't serve in 2 incompatible offices. It only applies to decision-making bodies, and it applies when one body has the ability to overrule the decision of another body. And then the second legal issue is procedural due process, and that requires that decision makers not have previously made a determination on an issue that comes before them. The second procedural due process issue is easily resolved in that planning commissioners can recuse themselves from appeals of decisions made by the Historic Preservation Committee. The first issue with regard to incompatible offices does have 2 potential solutions. One, planning commissioners could not be appointed to serve on Historic Preservation Committee, but staff has indicated that they do find that planning commissioners add a lot to that committee. And so another option would be for the Historic Preservation Committee to be an advisory committee solely, in that they are making recommendations to either the community development director or to another body, rather than rendering a final decision that can be appealed to the Planning Commission.
Thank you for the report. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, so this has been really an established practice for many, many, many years. And so I'm wondering what is, behind the change recommendation now? Have there been complaints or issues raised by residents?
There have been no complaints. It came to staff's attention during the last recruitment period when it came to light that planning commissioners are appointed to serve on the Historic Preservation Committee.
Another question on that is, in 2980-225, it does state that the Historic Preservation Committee is advisory only. So why would we need a change elsewhere?
There's one subsection that says the committee makes decisions with regard to a specific topic. I think it's minor architectural modifications to structures. And so it would be a simple revision. It would be making that an advisory function rather than a decision-making function. And this is total conjecture, but it almost looks like the committee was formed to be advisory, and then gradually the decision-making function became part of what they were tasked with.
Vice Mayor?
And just one more. If it's advisory, why would they need to recuse?
So there's the two issues. The advisory takes care of the incompatible offices statute. It would render the two offices not incompatible any longer. And then with regard to the due process issue, having participated by making a recommendation, there is a potential argument that a planning commissioner had already indicated how they would vote on an issue that was going to come before the planning commission. And so it would, recusing takes care of that due process issue. It doesn't take care of the incompatible offices issue.
Right, so advisory would. So if we were to enact the advisory portion of it, I'm really questioning the value of requiring recusal at the Planning Commission. I mean, having served in that role myself and experienced Tom O'Donnell and Charlie Erickson and others who served in that capacity, there was real value in having them come from a historic preservation committee and explain some of the detailed conversation that occurred to the rest of the planning commission. My understanding is recusal, they'd have to leave the room when that would take place.
No, the leaving the room comes into play with conflict, like a financial conflict of interest. And so they could speak to the planning commission in explaining why they made the recommendation they did as a member of the Historic Preservation Committee. But they wouldn't be doing that from the dais as a member of the Planning Commission.
They would not?
They would not.
Where would they be doing that from?
They could participate as a member of the public.
So my other question is, since this is the current process has served us well, we've had no complaints, we've had engagement essentially of volunteers who are giving their time to devote to this. I'm really wondering why we would need to make a change from our current process, and especially if we were to take the first part of number 2 and make Planning Commission completely advisory, why we would need to make that step. Just, really questioning whether we're just going overboard on something that really doesn't end up helping us very much in the end. So,
well, for background, the reason I made the recommendation is there's one case that's somewhat on point that I mentioned in the staff report where a council member in a different capacity had opined on a project before he was elected to the council. And the court did hold that the fact that he had previously opined on that project in a different capacity gave the perception of bias when he participated as a council member. And so really the recommendation is intended to insulate decisions of the Planning Commission from challenges that a member had the potential to be biased.
and then of course the Planning Commission's an advisory body itself, and any of their decisions can be appealed to the council as well. Isn't that right?
That's true.
Yeah, any further questions before I go to public comment? See none. I will open it up for public comment. I have no speaker cards. Anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom. I close public comment and go back to council for comments. A motion, Councilmember Ristow.
I will say, I appreciate the staff evaluation of this issue, and I do like the idea. I think it's really important to have planning commissioners on the housing element, on the Historic Preservation Committee. I think that the Historic Preservation Committee is much more effective with experienced planning commissioners on there. So I think removing them from the Planning Commission, which was one option that had been discussed, would have been a no-starter. Given that we've got this situation about decisions, I do think it's important to, we can still get great discussion, get minutes. The Planning Commission can get the minutes from the Historic Preservation meetings and get the full explanation of why a decision would be made. So I don't see that it's a huge problem that Planning Commissioner would have to recuse. I don't know how often historic decisions are appealed.
Very rarely. And so it hadn't happened at all until recently, and then I think there were 2 appeals early last year.
Okay, because it does seem like a pretty unusual situation, and the Planning Commission, when fully staffed, has 7 members, so they would have 5. Okay. I'm definitely leaning, I would like to go with option 2, and I'll leave it there for the moment.
I'm sorry, HEB has 7 members, Planning Commission has 5.
Planning Commission has 7. We have 6 right now in an opening, correct?
Through the mayor, I can clarify the Planning Commission has 7 members. Currently, we have 6 of those seats filled. The Historic Preservation Committee has 5 members, 2 of which are planning commissioners at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Armour. Vice Mayor, and again, we're getting close to 12:30.
Yeah, so, I think that option 1 doesn't make any sense at all. Option 2, I think the first part of it makes sense, and I'm not in support of the second part. So I would move that we adopt option 2 to revise that planning commissioners, that we revise that the Planning Commission is advisory in nature, and then stop at that point.
Okay. Do I have a second? I'll second. I will call the question.
I'll just, before we vote on that, I actually don't have a huge problem with that. I would think I would support the motion. I would just want to get, we're going against the legal guidance of our attorney. So if we do that, so I would want to get her opinion on doing that. It doesn't seem like a huge deal that puts us at a lot of risk, but I'm curious what the interpretation is.
The appeals occur very rarely. In the event that an appeal occurs and someone's not happy with the appeal decision that was made, I do think the fact that someone participated at both levels of the decision would give grounds for a challenge, but I think it's rare that those circumstances will arise.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think my concern with the example that was given, it was somebody that went on to a council position, which is different from, going to, an advisory body. That's more of an elected official that makes a final decision. I'm going to keep my second, and I'm going to call the Councilmember Ristow.
I know that the comment was that the Planning Commission is advisory, but in fact it is quasi-judicial, and the Planning Commission makes decisions that, unless they're appealed, often stand. So is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so given that the Planning Commission is not advisory, they're actually quasi-judicial, I'm not going to be able to support the motion. I think we want to minimize our legal exposure.
Through the mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to clarify, I believe the motion was intended to state that the Historic Preservation Committee would be advisory, not the Planning Commission. I believe that was the intent of the motion.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you.
should have read the words more carefully.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, you're amending the wording on that, and I accept that. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, passes 4-1. Councilmember Ristow opposed. And with that, thank you everybody for staying late, including our executive directors. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.